14th, 2023.
Yes, I did. I did.
Okay, ready? Today is September 14th, 2023. This is our regularly scheduled commission meeting tonight. Thank you all for being here. We've got President Commissioner Burton, Commissioner Banks, Commissioner DeVito, City Manager Charles Rudd, City Attorney Bobby Pickens, our CRA Director Christina, and Pam Taylor, our Code Enforcement Officer. And with that, and also Captain Ussery with the Sheriff's Department. And Lieutenant DeVito, is that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you.
With that, Commissioner Banks, if you would lead us in our invocation, please stand if you're able.
Father, dear gracious God, we thank you once again for all your loving kindness, your tender mercy, how you continuously watch over. And God, we pray for our country, we pray for our nation, we pray for our citizens that are around our town. In each commission, let us have harmony amongst one another. We ask this in your Son Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We can be seated. We've got a big crowd here tonight. Let me start off with just a couple of announcements. We've got our farmers market. It's going to kick off September 23rd from 9 to 2. It's going to be over in Market Square, over on the corner where it normally has been held. The Women's Club has got bingo tomorrow evening, starting, I believe, you can catch some dinner at 5, and then bingo will start up at 5:30. And then the Rotary has their Swine and Wine, which is a big fundraiser for the Rotary, and it helps benefit the children in our community with their scholarships. That's going to be October 7th. Tickets are $75. You can get those from any Rotarian, and it starts at about 6 off of Clifton Road. And so with that, I'm going to go into our program. Commissioners, do you have anything else, any other announcements that anyone needs to know about? Okay. So we're going to start off tonight, an exciting night for us. Karen, you want to stand up? You want to come forward? So Karen has worked exceptionally hard to go through her classes, doing a lot of those on her own independently to get her IIMC certified municipal clerk certificate. And so with that, we're going to ask Christina if you would swear her in, and then I get the honor of pinning her. I know it. I've told her for a week we're going to lose this pin, and sure enough. So go ahead, Christina, if you would. You're gonna have to see her. There we go.
So just repeat after me. I, Karen Hayes,
Do solemnly swear and affirm
do solemnly swear and affirm
that I will support, protect, and defend
that I will support, protect, and defend
the Constitution and government of the United States,
the Constitution and government of the United States,
the state of Florida,
the state of Florida,
the charter and ordinances of the city of Crescent
the
City,
charter and ordinances of the city of Crescent City,
that I am duly qualified to hold office
that I am duly qualified to hold office
under the Constitution of the state,
under the Constitution of the state,
and that I will faithfully
and that I will faithfully
and impartially perform the duties
and impartially perform the duties
of city clerk.
of city clerk.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Sworn and subscribed before me today, this 14th day of September.
Karen, we are so proud of you. I hope I don't push you. This is not a college. We are so proud of you. We know all the hard work you put into this, and we just can't tell you enough how proud we are.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you for all you do. Charles, you need to get into this too,
Let's
because
take pictures.
I think Beth is taking pictures.
Christina, Dan,
And do you want to introduce your guest?
this is my dad, Larry.
This is,
My very good friend Jen. She's couldn't. She's my proctor for all my classes. So if I have a museum, I go see Jen and she makes sure I do it right.
We just need to tighten up. Done, everybody good?
I just want to say, there are some people very close to me that have made this happen. Victoria and Gary. God, David, Scott and Melanie were right behind me. Anna, you've been behind me 100% on all of this. The commissioners, all the commissioners. I couldn't have done it without y'all, without the support. And I thank you all so much.
With that, I'm gonna stay out here if that's okay. And Lucia, if you want to join me and any of our guests. So this is our proclamation. It's 2023-05. Can everybody hear me okay? Yes. Okay. We got, your students?
Sure, come on. Linda,
Come on, let's come on. Where is Principal Adams?
Mr. Adams, please join us. Véngase. Señora, véngase también usted. Ajá. Para que embellezca el frente.
Okay, so I'm going to read this. This is our proclamation 2023-05. It's Hispanic Latino Heritage Month. I'm going to read the English version and then Lucia is going to translate. Whereas Hispanic Latino Heritage Month is an opportunity to celebrate the rich cultural traditions and honor the significant achievements of our Hispanic and Latino American communities. And whereas Hispanics make up the largest ethnic minority group in the country, the fastest growing minority community, and make valuable contributions in business, industry, government, education, the sciences, arts, and faith. And whereas brave Hispanics served with distinction in military conflicts since the Revolutionary War and continue to defend our country today as members of the armed forces, bringing honor and earning the nation's gratitude for their service and sacrifice. And whereas Hispanic and Latino Americans have made enormous contributions to our diverse society by sharing their talents, culture, traditions, and their deep connection to family values, a commitment to faith, and a desire to live the American dream. And now, therefore, I, Michelle Myers, Mayor of the City of Crescent City, Florida, together with the members of the Crescent City Commission, do hereby proclaim September 14th, 2023 through October 14th, 2023 as Hispanic Latino Heritage Month in the City of Crescent City, and encourage all residents to celebrate the heritage and achievements of Hispanic and Latino Americans and recognize their contributions to our great nation. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the City of Crescent City to be affixed this 14th day of September 2023.
Ahora voy a leer la proclama en español para que todos nos entiendan. Proclamación 2023-05, Mes de la Herencia Hispana y Latina. Considerando que el Mes de la Herencia Hispana Latina es una oportunidad
para celebrar las ricas tradiciones culturales y honrar los logros significativos de nuestras comunidades hispanas y latinoamericanas. Y considerando que los hispanos constituyen el grupo étnico minoritario más grande del país, la comunidad minoritaria de más rápido crecimiento y hacen valiosas contribuciones en los negocios, la industria, el gobierno, la educación, las ciencias, las artes y la fe. Y considerando que hemos tenido muchos valientes hispanos que sirvieron con distinción en conflictos militares desde la guerra revolucionaria y continúan defendiendo a nuestro país hoy como miembros de las Fuerzas Armadas, trayendo honor y recibiendo la gratitud de la nación por su servicio y sacrificio. Y considerando que los hispanos y latinoamericanos han hecho enormes contribuciones a nuestra sociedad diversa al compartir sus talentos, cultura, tradiciones y su profunda conexión con los valores familiares, un compromiso con la fe y el deseo de vivir el sueño americano. Y ahora, por lo tanto, yo, Michelle Myers, alcaldesa de la ciudad de Crescent City, Florida, junto con los miembros de la comisión de la ciudad de Crescent City, proclamo por la presente el 14 de septiembre de 2023 al 14 de octubre de 2023, por la presente se designa como Mes de la Herencia Hispana y Latina en la ciudad de Crescent City y alentamos a todos los residentes a celebrar la herencia y los logros de los hispanos y latinoamericanos y reconocer sus grandes contribuciones a nuestra nación. En fe de lo cual suscribo la presente y he puesto el sello de la ciudad de Crescent City este 14 de septiembre del 2003.
Beautiful job. We just thank all of you for everything that you contribute to this community. Thank you, and we're so proud. And we're so proud to have you as such a strong member of our community.
And from our community, we want to give you thanks for recognizing the many contributions that we do and we have here in our community. And as a sample of our culture, we have some hibiscus water for all of you to enjoy. We in Mexico try to refresh ourselves as naturally and healthy as possible. So it's made out of the hibiscus fruit with a little bit of sugar and water. And we have some cups in there. Please enjoy it on our behalf. And let's go celebrate in big time the Hispanic Heritage Month this time. And let's hope that one day we don't need a month, that it will just be recognized every single day.
Oh, thank you.
Anybody? No? ¿Usted, señora, no quiere decir nada?
Sure. It's a great opportunity.
Mr. Adams?
I'm just really proud of our Latino and Hispanic Americans. They work extremely hard. We have very talented students. And if you get a chance to come out to Crescent City Junior High School, I applaud you to come out, check out our students and check out what they do. We do really great things. So thank you all very much.
Thank you. We need to get a picture. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yo también le quiero agradecer a la comunidad de Crescent City por apoyarnos y por finalmente reconocer la aportación que hemos dado todos los días en la comunidad como miembros de TAN. Y ya no viviremos más en las sombras. Gracias.
You know she's not used to people translating for her. She just wants to thank the community and the city council for finally acknowledging the many contributions that we make every single day to our community. And we are no longer living in the shadows. We are here, part of this community. So we thank everybody for their efforts.
Thank you. We gotta take a picture. Yes, sir, we'll take a picture.
And then somebody said it to me.
And then here is.
They'll send us the picture.
Everybody's gonna have to y'all wanna all scoot in and then we'll stand on the floor.
De ladito, somebody in the middle, this way, and then you guys. Facing.
Yeah. Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, careful of the wire.
Is everything cooked up?
Good to see you, bless you. That's just always such a uplifting part of our, what we get to. We've also got, and I did a little out of order, but, we have the yacht club presentation of the regatta. So we have, representatives from the yacht club, if they would come forward, please.
Okay. How is everybody? I'm Peter, and this is Kevin. Kevin Jordan. And we're here to speak about the two regattas that are coming up. One is September 30th, and that's a distance regatta around Bear Island. And we are hosted by Three Bananas, and that's where the headquarters is gonna be. And we're gonna have some posters around town soon about that. But the start's gonna be at 11 o'clock. And more importantly, the award ceremony is gonna be around 5 o'clock. And that's something maybe y'all wanna come and join in on, have a beer, and have some fun, okay? Now, there's two different types of regattas that sailors do. One is a buoys race that you might be familiar with, around the buoys, up and back and forth. It is very exciting. And there's a distance regattas, where offshore, whatever, the Fort Lauderdale Key West race, for instance, is a distance regatta. And our regatta on the 30th is gonna be, of course, distance regatta around Bear Island and back. So that's about 12, 13 miles, okay? What else do I have on here? Oh yeah, so flags. So we communicate with folks with flags. And this is a race committee flag, and that stayed on the race committee boat to start the fleet. And then we have every race, every sequence has a class flag, and this is just an example of one class, and this is a sunfish class, which we ran on Lake Stella a couple months ago, had a regatta you might have all seen. And every start, no matter whether it's a distance regatta or a buoys regatta, has a start sequence. And the start sequence is done by flags and by a horn signal, a sound signal. And it's, traditional, like years ago when folks didn't have radios and stuff, we used flags. Also, there's no problem in communicating what the flags mean once you're educated about them. This is the P flag. This goes up for 4 minutes. When this comes down, there's 1 minute to the start, and then the gun goes off, we're all horn, and then the class flag goes down, and then that's the start. So our long-term goal is to have a sailing program here, get the kids out sailing, but right now, this will be our regatta program. So September 30th is the next one, and the buoy regatta is gonna be November 18th. And that's a regatta that you'll all be able to see from the shore, because we're gonna set the buoys close to shore and hopefully work with the Rotary Club, maybe have bleachers there so people can see the race. I'm done? All right, thank you.
Okay, everybody, when we get on with our minutes, if you wanna make sure you've got your, slip passed into Karen. Okay, commissioners, we've got the approval of minutes. We've got the minutes from June 1st, 2023, which was a workshop. We've got the July 6th, 2023 LEC interview workshop, July 6th, 2023 Better Place Fund workshop, July 13th, 2023 the CRA meeting minutes, July 13th, 2023 regular meeting minutes. And then we've got the August 7th, 2023 regular meeting minutes, correct?
I'm not clear on that, about August 7th, that's the regular meeting, we continued that, and it actually took place on the 8th, right?
Yes, and I don't think she has.
Right, so it's only the partial minutes until the point where it was continued.
And it indicates that in the minutes.
Okay.
So with that, I'll entertain a motion, please.
I make a motion to approve all the minutes you just mentioned.
A second?
That's it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Do we have any discussion?
I just want to clarify that these minutes have the additions and corrections that I submitted at the last meeting, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's all I want to know, thank you.
Okay, with that, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. So moved. With that, we'll go ahead and we will, at this time, I'm gonna open up for public comment. I'm gonna call your name. Please know that if it's a general comment, this is the opportunity for you to speak. We'll also have opportunities throughout the evening, as we go through our agenda items. So it looks like, Steve Kenworthy, you would come forward. Please state your name, your address if you so choose. You have 3 minutes.
Kenworthy, 1 Magnolia. I don't need 3 minutes, take about 1 minute.
Okay.
This is for code enforcement. They're dealing with past due fines. They're having trouble collecting money. It's a real simple solution. Every one of them gets a utility bill. That should be on their utility bill in conjunction with the utility bill that they owe. So they pay the whole thing when they pay the utility bill. I think it's a pretty simple fix. I think it'll work for them. And that's my suggestion.
Thank you very much. Okay. I'm trying to take these and, we have Anna Finley.
It's all about the fire hydrant.
You wanna wait till then? Okay, it just said, okay. So that's. Then we have Liz Gomez. Again, please state your address if you so choose.
Elizabeth Gomez, 19 Cedar Street, and this is addressed to Commissioner Harry Banks. You and I had a talk by the lake a month ago, and thank you for teaching me the history of Crescent City. And I appreciate, I don't know how you hold 2 hats as a commissioner and as a pastor. They told me your sermons are quite lovely and charismatic. And I would like to ask if I can come and witness one of your sermons with a group of white folks that are gonna get together, so we don't scare you. I promise you that I was gonna make a video about you because I respect you. You are 80-some years old, and last night I was afraid. There's another person that talks highly about you. Her name is Charlotte Preston, and she's like 3 generations. Her grandfather, father, and ex-husband were mayors of this town. So she knows what's going on in this town. You know what's going on in this town. There's been division since God knows where, the 30s, the 40s. I want to make a change, and I ask the public to be open-hearted and come from a different place of love. I try to talk to the women's club, and somebody else talked to the Rotary Club, where we could introduce the candidates for the next election. And they said, no, they didn't want to be involved in that, but I don't know how you do it. You mix politics and you are a pastor. So she said to tell you, thank you for all the love that you gave her back in the 50s and 40s. You and Mother Banks show her love. And the only love that she knows is from you and Mother Banks. So I'm impressed. I haven't met Mother Banks and I want to put her on this video. I already got Bob Lee, the retired game warden with 30 years of fish enforcement, and he is a video tuber on YouTube, and he said he'll mix the movies for me if I take the video. So I already told you, before you die, you wanna see this city united. I don't care. That is my dream. We're gonna get united. And not all that Aaron, I love you. Commissioner DeVito, you are my bestie. I love you. Mayor, I love you. Pastor Banks, I love you. Cindy, I love you. Charles, I love you. I've been working alongside you guys and you guys work so hard. And maybe these people want to have an open line of communication. Maybe they feel they're not heard. I asking the recall people, if you wanna waste money, there's tons of opportunities in town, the homeless, the alcoholics, the cats. Pick one. Yes.
And they adore you too. And he says you need to come to church. Okay, Laura Hickman.
Hello, my name is Laura Hickman. I'm a resident of Putnam County and I frequently utilize businesses in Crescent City. I'm addressing all of the commissioners today. I wanted to discuss the lack of available services for the homeless of Crescent City. The prevalence of homelessness is increasing. I know of at least 6 to 10 homeless people that I see regularly near Main Street, and there are more that we don't see. This is a blight on the community as a whole, since there are no local services, nor are there shelters for them. Some, but not all, have mental health and/or addiction issues. They inhabit abandoned buildings in the area and camp in the woods. Just recently, there was a fire at an abandoned church that was possibly started by a homeless man trying to cook. He was camping out there. I believe a tent may have been found on that property as well. Previously, another man who was confined to a wheelchair was seen washing his soiled body and clothing in Lake Stella after defecating himself. Thankfully, that man was assisted by a social worker and is now in a facility in another city getting the care that he desperately needed. My point is, businesses are not going to want to set up shop here. With the increasing homeless population, people are not going to want to utilize the park or the lake due to concerns about hygiene and safety. The problem is not going to go away. There are those of us who do what we can to help, but throwing sandwiches at these people is not going to change anything for them or the community. It's the equivalent of putting a Band-Aid on a bullet wound. It takes a village. And whether we all like it or not, the homeless are part of this village. So to the point, Crescent City spent more than $20,000 on Christmas lights. Surely a meager $15,000 from ARPA or other funds to hire a part-time social worker to address the needs of the homeless and direct them to the resources that are available in other areas will improve the quality of life for all residents and businesses and those who patronize them. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, our next is Linda White. You said it on topic number 10, but it had, do you want to wait or?
Well, I can speak about it now.
Okay.
My name's Linda White. I live at 2392 South Highway 17 here in Crescent City. And I love Crescent City, but I'm really concerned about your minimum standards as it's stating things that I feel are overreaching as far as limiting property owners being able to lease their property, be able to get insurance and that type of thing. I see it as a form of condemnation on the property owner's rights. And I'm really concerned about how it was drafted, that it's overreaching. And that's what my real concern is y'all are really limiting these property owners that are paying taxes. And if y'all are gonna be able to limit them being able to lease property, being able to have a mortgage on it, and I'm real concerned about it. And I think that y'all need to really review what you're talking about here, because it's gonna hurt the citizens, as I read it. So I don't know who drafted that, but y'all are both attorneys. You know about eminent domain and condemnation. And I don't see any just compensation. These people are ending up losing their rights to be able to lease a mortgage or sell their property, and I'm real concerned. And that's where I'm at. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Our next one is Diane Sykes, and Diane, Ms. Sykes, she said both public comment and on all topics.
Oh, yes.
Okay, so if you want to come forward.
Diane Sykes, Crescent City, Florida. First thing I'd like to say is maybe we should start looking at our agendas and the time frames. I know we've set a hard stop for 10 p.m., but that's kind of crazy to me. A 4-hour meeting on all these topics, perhaps we could look at them more and just more concisely and limit the time of the meeting. Thank you.
Okay, and then we have Maureen Cooper.
I'd like to wait till the end, please. I want to wait till the end, please.
Till the end of every other public comments.
Till the end of the, I may not want to say anything. I want to wait till the end.
Till the topics go.
Till the topics are done, yes.
Till all the topics are
Yes.
done at the end of the evening.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Please.
Mayor,
Yes.
do we have public comment at the very end?
No, we don't, but
So I mean, you have to either do.
At the end of the
general
subject
comment
then, is that okay?
Or,
okay, at the end of the subjects.
Yes,
At each subject.
got it.
Okay, so I'm gonna put you in Ms. Sykes's pile.
Right.
So that I can, so she's put that too for all of them also, so, because people all do the same for you as well, okay? And yes,
just so people understand, and if I don't say this right, then correct me. But either you speak now on a general topic or a specific topic, or after this public comment, you have to speak on a particular item, is that right?
that's correct.
Okay, so if you don't speak now, you gotta speak on something specific on the agenda,
Got it.
Okay.
and
And
that's
then
for everybody.
Alice McCoy, Ms. McCoy, you did not check anything. Would you want to do it in general comments, or is there a particular topic that you?
General.
Okay.
I mean, I have a particular topic, but it's not your particular,
Okay.
it's not your topic.
Go ahead.
Alice McCoy, 315 North Summit Street. I'm here on behalf of the Rotary Club of Crescent City. We've been around for many, many years, and Rotary belong to Rotary is an international organization. They are requesting that each club take on an environmentally friendly project for the year. Our Rotary voted to take as our project this year, getting Crescent City designated as a monarch butterfly city. And so we've done research and we know what the requirements are. And part of it is to educate the public, go into the schools and to educate people about the monarch butterfly and the benefits of having them here, and what plants you need to plant to encourage them being here, and to educate them on their life stages and how important they are, because they're an endangered species, they're a pollinator, and we depend on these pollinators for everything, for our food and for our flowers and everything. One of the requirements, let's see, first of all, I need to tell you that the migration of the monarch butterfly is pretty amazing. Crescent City is on the fly path where they fly from Canada and northeastern United States to winter in southern Florida and Mexico. And we're just right on that path. And so we have quite an opportunity to make an impact. And they are beautiful and they're good for our community and they're happy when you see a butterfly around. So one of the requirements for us to be designated as a Monarch City USA is that our city has to make a proclamation that we do want that to happen. And there is some expense to be incurred. However, the Rotary has voted that we will pay the fee to do it and buy 6 signs that will be placed at strategic places throughout the city. And if you want to put it on your agenda for next month, if you all choose to do that, and you need some sort of a presentation, a PowerPoint or anything like that, if you will let the Rotary Club know, we will be happy to do that to help educate you. But we would like to request that the city commissioners entertain the idea of our city becoming a Monarch City USA.
Thank you very much. So I to do that at our next meeting, if everyone is in agreement, we'll take that up and we'll work with, Karen, our clerk, and she'll work with you on proclamation and getting that done. So thank you. That's, and Lucia probably, she might want to, also, I know I believe she's also pretty interested in that too. She's part of the Rotary, isn't she, Lucia? Oh, Lucia, yes.
She's our past
President, yeah.
She's not the president.
No, she's past president, yeah, she's past president, so, okay, well, thank you very much. With that, I don't have any other speakers, yes, sir?
I got here late, didn't fill out the
It's
form.
okay, come forward.
Okay, George Miller, 100 Lakeshore Drive, Crescent City. Generally, I've got a couple of concerns as you go through the budget process. A lot of people are aware and probably don't even read the Wall Street Journal, but several weeks ago, it was reported over almost 200 banks are teetering on insolvency. So we're in Silicon Valley Bank, third or fourth quarter last year, they claimed insolvency, and the government made it whole, and all the depositors whole. So I'd be very, very cautious in approving, spending any money. I know you have a lot of money in the Better Place plan. If you could be very, very careful, because who knows, with increased fuel costs and energy costs, electric costs, you're gonna be faced with some really big bills going forward. So anything you can move down in that Better Place plan wish list, I think one of the commissioners expressed that it is kind of a Christmas wish list. And I'm sure some things need to be done. But I'm very, very concerned about the finances of this country going forward. A barrel of oil hit $100 a barrel today. Most people don't think what this equates to, but I think by the end of the year, you'll see $5 a gallon gasoline. So everything's gonna go up. That's my concerns. I also like to compliment the administration. They had the foresight to get an in-house CPA. And I did have to go through 349 pages for, wow, the last 30 pages. And it made it less painful. But my hat goes off to administration. I had the foresight to approve and get an in-house CPA, which we all need, because city finances are very complicated. There's no doubt about it. And you have a lot of catch up to do. There's no doubt about that. But I hope to see, possibly in the future, I think you committed to a monthly unaudited report. I'd like to see, for the benefit of the taxpayers, maybe a meeting city manager and Mr. Walker, maybe a week before the scheduled commission meeting to discuss the city's finances. I thought your narrative was very good, aside from a P&L balance sheet. You sorted it out. And there are some, as you accurately stated, there's some good, and some bad, and some ugly there too. And there's gotta be solutions to send all the, put all these, especially enterprise. I think Commissioner Burton stated that they need to be standing on their own, not subsidized by wherever you get money to rob Peter to pay Paul. I think there's a lot of business people here that have business experience that could have some public input. So my hat goes off to the administration for getting Mr. Walker in here. And,
Thank you. Thank you very much. Anybody else come in late was unable to fill out a form that would like to speak at this time? Otherwise, I'm going to close out public comment. Yes, sir. If you'd state your name.
John Tatum, 700 North Lake Street.
Yes, sir.
I want to speak on behalf of the budget on the stormwater issue.
Okay, we will have, if you want to hold, we'll have an opportunity then. You're welcome to speak now, but you will have an opportunity when we're going through the budget.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tatum. With that, I'm going to go ahead and close out public comment and ask Kevin Nussery to come up with his law enforcement update. Commissioners, we've got a full agenda ahead of us. Some of it's because of last time, and so I don't want to see that hopefully not happen again tonight. We need to get through this, so with that.
So luckily, we've had a very good month again this month, so I'll be very brief and so you, in respect of everybody's time here. I'll start off with our first incident here. You cannot look at this anymore. This was a coding issue where when I pulled up all the reports that were pulled in Crescent City, it showed a vehicle theft. That theft actually occurred in Paradise Shores. So if you have any questions on that, that was a coding error. That was not in Crescent City. The actual report was taken at the report was taken at 849 Bay Lane, which is in Crescent City. And the Pine Tree Trail was again, a coding issue. So that did not happen in Crescent City. That happened down in Paradise Shores. Any questions on that? No. The next one is the traffic crash we had in Crescent City. It was at Summit and Palmetto. The vehicle was basically changing lanes and collided into another vehicle traveling in the same direction. Kind of like you're looking over into your blind spot, you miss a car there, change lanes, and they collided. No injuries as a result of that crash. Any questions so far on vehicle crashes? Okay. This is your general activities, 183 calls for service, 43 of those will be traffic stops, 1 traffic crash, 18 suspicious persons and vehicles were checked out with, and 6 reports now because the one that I said was a stolen vehicle was not in Crescent City, so that's actually 6 total reports for the city. Any questions so far?
Commissioners, do you have any questions?
This is our 6-month comparison. Obviously, this is the crimes again that shows what happens and what's going on in Crescent City. So this is your robberies, your burglaries, your thefts, your grand thefts, and so on. So anything that will be reported for crime statistics for Crescent City, this is what this replicates. And this just gives you a 6-month comparison of what kind of the crime trends are looking like. Again, that's from March, through August of 2023. I'm happy to see those numbers like they are. However, you can obviously see that, one person can put a huge dent in that at any time. So we hope to keep this going the way it is. Any questions on this comparison so far? Okay, that's really all I have unless you have any general questions on anything else that's evolving in the city as we speak.
Okay, Commissioners, do you have any questions of Dr. Nussery?
Just real quick, I've noticed what seems to be an increase in speeding on Summit and kind of reckless driving. And as well, I've noticed, and other people have told me they've noticed an increase in cars with loud music that's not supposed to be, that you can be cited for now. So I just wanted to clarify so people know if there are cars blasting music out, they can call dispatch, correct?
Yes, the law changed, and prior to this year, it's now 25 feet again. So if you can hear a vehicle that has an amplified sound that is emitting from the vehicle more than 25 feet, you can be stopped and cited. Also, some of the loud exhaust that you're hearing is if it's modified from what the manufacturer puts on the vehicle, their specifications, is also a violation of state statute and can be cited. Now, are we a little lax in some areas on that? Yes. If it's something that's moderate and can be tolerated, then that's fine. But then you see the other vehicles who go on the other way, and then the other side of it, they have the big 5-inch exhaust where they cut everything out from under it, and it's absolutely obnoxious. We are addressing those issues.
Thank you very much.
Is that it? Commissioners, any other questions? Thank you very much. Yes,
Can I
sir.
speak to one more thing?
Yes, sir.
About the gentleman who's in the wheelchair.
Yes, sir.
I won't mention any specific names, but I have been trying tirelessly to get this good gentleman in a facility. He just got released from a facility that was actually a rehab facility in Gainesville. Looks very good right now. Basically, their job was to get him used to his current condition and to make his life a little bit easier. Since then, I know at the last city commission meeting, I spoke that we had him a place. We had finally achieved our goal. We won. I had him a bed available through the Department of Children and Families to Adult Services. He refused those services, which put me in another pickle. That's when I went looking for this gentleman again and went missing. And then I later found out that a citizen had got him into this rehab facility over in Gainesville. Since out of the rehab facility in Gainesville, he is back and you will see him on the streets. I am still working with DCF and Kiva in Palaca, and we now have a bed available if they're going to take this gentleman. I don't know yet. Right now, I would say that 75%, it looks like it's going to be successful. The other 25% is probably going to be incumbent upon him, and if he is going to accept this offer. So as of right now, that's where we are at. I am speaking with staff at Kiva and also their supervision to try to get placement for this gentleman. And it's probably going to be at his disposal of how this goes. So once again, this is not the first time that it's happened. This gentleman has also been taken to Kissimmee at one time, and there was a facility before, I don't know what the name of that was, and had resources there and decided he wanted to come back to Crescent City knowing that he did not have a place to go. This is not my words, this is his words. Did not want to stay there in that facility and wanted to come home, knowing that there was nowhere for him to go. So again, this is the second time that he has denied services that I know of. We're trying tirelessly to get him in a facility somewhere, and we will continue to do so. Now, at some point, I have to realize the old saying, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. I've got to move on at some point. This is probably going to be my last try out to get this gentleman some attention and where he needs to go. Now, I'm not saying this isn't going to happen again. I have a heart just like anybody else, and I'll probably continue again. And that's just probably the side of me that says, you got to take some initiative on your own sometimes. So again, this is our last ditch effort. Today I was up till 4:30 working with these people to try to get him somewhere today, and I will continue again in the morning. So I'll probably have some missed phone calls from some of the people I've reached out to, and I'll know some more tomorrow. So that's kind of where we stand with the gentleman.
Any questions?
No, but, thank you for your phone number.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Any other questions?
Thank you.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, with that, we're gonna open up with our, public hearing, ordinance 2023-06. Mr. Rudd, I'm gonna turn it over to you.
An ordinance of the city of Crescent City, Florida, creating chapter 22 minimum maintenance standards, establishing procedures and guidelines for maintenance standards, providing for legislative findings and intent, providing for implementing administrative action, providing for severability, providing for conflicts, providing for codification, and directions to the code codifier, and providing for an effective date.
Mayor, this item is similar to what was considered back in May. I brought the standards to you. At that time, the result was the commission was split. This commission, those of you sitting here today, were divided equally for and against. And I know Commissioner Banks had made a motion to approve, and then after the discussion voted no. So I think his mind was changed. And my view was the concerns over going into somebody's house, the interior of someone's house being under consideration. So what we did was we stripped out any reference to any internal systems inside of the house, anything at all doing with indoors. This was the slideshow I had shown you last month, which really shows what would be impacted by this code. A minimum maintenance code is really a very basic tool of redevelopment. You've often got absentee landlords who just aren't there to see it. Sometimes may not really fully be aware of the condition of the property. These properties are sealed up against the weather. They meet the building code, and in most cases, they meet our landscape maintenance code, but they're just falling apart, and they're an eyesore, and they really impact the neighbors. People who live next to one of these properties, it impacts your quality of life, the value of your property, and so forth. So that's why I brought back an opportunity to give us some tools to, and just like with our code enforcement code, the goal is compliance. It's not to fine people, certainly not to keep anybody out. Attorney did bring up the reference, the woman that came up and spoke about section 110. He recommends we remove that, which talks about lien the property and so forth. But this would be something we could do. And another option for you to consider is if we were to, this is really a stick in terms of a carrot and a stick. Our CRAs have the carrot of our grant program. If you wanted to try this just within our CRAs, we then have a carrot and a stick. And someone says, oh, let's repaint my house, it would be a lot of money. We have a grant program that can help with that. So these are the conditions we really want to deal with in the community to take care of, just provide some minimum level of maintenance to the buildings. I think we deserve that. So I ask you to consider approving this tonight, first reading, so we can get these standards in place and begin to, particularly my interest here on Central, we have a number of buildings that are just left empty, rotting, and the folks don't live in town and don't see it and don't seem to be concerned. I'll be happy to answer any questions you have.
Commissioners, I need to entertain a motion before we start discussion.
I'll move to approve ordinance 2023-06.
Do I have a second?
I would be question. I said,
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Okay, Commissioners, we want to open this up for discussion. Who wants to start? Would you like to start?
Yes.
And let me, before you get started, I just want the audience to know that we're gonna discuss it. We will allow public comment before we vote.
Okay, somehow, I know we had workshops on the large minimum maintenance issue. There was a lot of public concern over it, and it's very, very complex. And I think I said when is there a problem or we just?
That the sun's coming up. That's
Well,
why.
I'll kind of wait, because it's a bit of a distraction. Yeah, sun's a bear. We need the other side too, I think.
The little ones that, yeah, there you go.
So, we had a workshop on this, it was many, many pages, it was very complex. And my observation when this was brought up is, we are going from 0 to, 120 miles an hour in a community that has not experienced much, code enforcement, and people really don't understand it. I don't fully understand it yet. I'm the one that brought up with the city manager quite a while ago that we need better code enforcement. We need to keep buildings from getting, to be dilapidated. But, something got lost in the translation there. I think that this is too complex for this community. And one thing I asked for when we had the workshop that we didn't really get was the beginning point. What exactly in our codes, show it to us in writing, show the public in writing, what in our codes can we enforce now? And how do we do it? And we never had that discussion. In fact, I was told, you don't really need to know that, we're just going over this code. So,
Who told you that?
staff did. Absolutely. It's on the table. I asked, where are we now? What will we be repealing? what is it that we can enforce and what is it that we can't? We didn't really do that preparatory, we didn't do that preparatory investigative thing. We just said we need to do something and this is it. So I think we left out that education part. And people are very uncomfortable with it. And I certainly am uncomfortable, even though I think we need a change. I am uncomfortable with imposing something this complicated on our residents who are not comfortable with it and do not understand it. So I think we need a reset and to go about this again with an emphasis on education. So that's how I feel about that. And as well, I just think that it's not well understood and it's very significant once you pass it.
Mayor, can I respond?
Yes.
So when we were setting out to look at maintenance standards, we looked at other communities, what have they done? What we found in the majority of cases was they adopted the international minimum maintenance standards, which is what we brought to you. That's someone asked who drafted this, that's drafted, it's been vetted, it's been used across the country. That was a good, safe way. I think it's not too sophisticated for this community. I think you underestimate the community. I think if I were to bring you the body of our current code that Pam works with for enforcement, you might say, wow, this is too much for this community. I think it's a very easy to follow code. It's minimum maintenance. It's chipping paint. It's gutters falling off, screens torn, doors falling off. It's minimum maintenance standards that have been used across the country. And I believe it's stood the test of time. If we pick some different code or make up something on our own, then we don't know if it face a challenge. This was a best practice, something that's put out there, available for cities to adopt. And in this case, we edited it way down to remove a large portion of it to just look at the outside grounds of the property. And I think it's simple for people to follow. And again, the idea is compliance. And particularly if we deal within our CRAs, we have the ability to say, the building is falling apart, your eaves are falling off, and we have a grant program, we can help you with that, but you gotta take care of it. I don't think we should look at property and say, there's a lot of work there, but we just have to put up with it. And that's up for you to decide, but I think we need to have some minimum level of maintenance that's required. And then we can provide a carrot. People say, we're willing to help you with that, but we need to get it to a minimum state.
But Mayor, one issue that I didn't take up is, I really don't understand how we are going to be able to offer a carrot, because right now we are spending in our CRA almost all the money that we have for the grant program, and we're not going to have that much next year. So I'm not sure exactly how much we can help people. And this is new in many communities. I went back and looked at Tallahassee, which I just looked at 2 years ago, when they had a different code, which is where some of my family lives. And now they have minimum maintenance standards. So I'm well aware, we went through this line by line. I know what it says. But I don't think it's realistic to say that we're going to have very much money to help people with, because, well, we aren't going to have much money. We go through this process, right? We won't be able to do that.
The CRA gets, money every year. And,
Every year.
yeah, and I'm not sure how much money, Crescent City's going to have for 2024. I don't keep tagging on that too much, but, right now, I think if you look at Crescent City, we've been helping businesses, come back in Crescent City as far as, the maintenance standard, and trying to help put new roofs on, different buildings with paint, all those kinds of things. And tonight you'll see that we're trying to implement some of this now within residences. It's so important to get those, back together, those structures, in decent shape. But it's going to be a work in progress. It's not something that is going to happen overnight. It just doesn't. There's a lot of work to be done here in Crescent City. And, but I think, the CRA money comes, the CRA money should be spent, or it's meant to be spent for.
Yes, sir.
Well, did you brainstorm this issue?
Yeah.
Out pretty thoroughly?
Yes, sir, we did.
Just glance across it. Did we dig in it?
We read it line by line,
Read it around?
several workshops.
Mhm. So we try to come up with what can we do and what we are able to do. See, we can, just a moment, we can talk, big talk, but when it comes to doing, can we do it? Is we able to do it? Now, to me, I'm a Crescent City because this I've been basically all my life in Crescent City. And I want to be a blossom. But if we're able to put it, the blossom on it right now, maybe we need to brainstorm some more. So come up with a working solution.
So, one thing I just want to ask Commissioner DeVito, Commissioner DeVito, you stated that, this was meant that you felt that we need maintenance as being necessary.
Yeah.
So what tool do you see us being able to do that with?
Well,
What's your, a solution? Because that's what we need to find here. If we all agree with that, then we've got to find a solution that everybody is palatable to everybody.
Right, so, what I said when this was first brought to us is, we need to review what we have now. Show us what we have now and show the public what we have now. Let us see where it is lacking. And we can see whether we just need to fill in the gaps, what would be a good starting point, what are our most significant issues. So we can do that, but we have never reviewed exactly what it is we have now. And I think that's an issue. As well, we're gonna get to this in a different part of the meeting in the budget. I asked the city manager, this year, well, in past years, we've had a little more money to spend in the CRA in grants. But this year, we will not have carryover to the next year in a significant amount. Because I understand it, because we are pretty much going to spend all the money in the CRA budget. And we're not able to help as many buildings within the central district as we would like. We have to use ARPA funds because we just don't have enough funds. So, except in the north and south CRA, I don't see us having much money to use to help people. I don't think it's realistic to say that we can do that.
Mayor, we're proposing $52,000 for grants this coming year. We've only had 40 in there the last 2 years and not spent that. So we're budgeting more than we have so far since I've been here in the next year.
Later on in the meeting, we are going to look at grant requests that are far in excess of what we have available to spend. And that's only a few people who actually applied for the money. If everybody who needs it applied for it, we would not be able to get very many cents on the dollar. And one of the purposes of the CRA is not just, it's not really just for fixing up individual buildings. It's supposed to be to stimulate your actual CRA area to do projects. And we are not going to have any money to do projects if we just paint and help people do maintenance. So, that would be a choice we would have to make.
Well, man,
Yes, sir.
Now, in the past, and I know this is in the past, it's time to leave the past, but something you can't leave. Now, we got grants for, and I don't want nobody to get the wrong concept about this, about lower income area. Now, we did a multitude of houses that way. Put them back on the tax roll. So long we let those houses sit, they not on the tax roll, and we not been, the city is not benefiting. But maybe say we choose to get a couple of grants. lower income grants. Which would be good.
The SHIP program, the county SHIP program, you know?
They did that several years ago. They came in, I don't know if it was SHIP, but they did have, where it came in and helped quite a few people, I believe, with their roofs.
Build a new house.
And windows and some things that they did.
One thing to keep in mind though is you're never guaranteed those grants.
Oh.
Now, with this program that we're trying to do here in Crescent City with our CRA, there's money there. We know the money is there. And we've been trying to appropriate it, to make Crescent City, a better place, to bring some of the buildings back where they need to be. I mean, we went out yesterday and took a look at a bunch of buildings yesterday and talked to the owners and, you know, this is all part of it. This is really, when I look at it, what you've taken out, where everybody's telling everybody, I'm gonna go into houses and I don't know what I'm supposed to do with them, but once I'm in there, but, you've taken every opportunity where we can't go into the houses, okay? We're done with that. We're just looking at the outside and from there, okay, making an assessment whether or not those houses need help. And at that point, stop. And at that point, we, you know, we're starting to determine what some of those houses are and, hopefully we can help come to some decisions on how to handle it.
Well, I'll say this and I'll say it again. It's hard to look at just the cover of a book. You have to get into the book to get an understanding of the book. I said that to say this. In the past, when we would get those grants, we would get into the houses and found out that we need to build a new house. The infrastructure was no good. We could have beautified on the outside, throw a coat of paint on it, put a tin roof on it, and go on, but the inside, which is very expensive when you dealing with an house.
Well, yesterday, just for an example, Liz, I'm gonna use you as an example, we checked out her garage. She wanted some new wood to paint on the garage, and of course, when we went and looked at it, we saw the termite damage, it was pretty obvious. And so we didn't just go in there and slap paint on and say, well, that's okay, we're ready to go. We asked Ms. Gomez to, just check it out. Go, you know, talk to a termite person, check it out, see what's happening. She did that, we have the report right here. Thank you. And now we can move forward with, because her report was clean, now we can move forward with what she's asked for us to do. And, I think Veronica's out there. I don't see her.
Yeah, she's there.
Okay, we met with Veronica, and discussed her two homes. So it's very important for the city to go and talk to the people that own the properties and, see where we take it from there. But like I say, the CRA money, we have that money to do those things. And grants are okay, and it's okay to put in for the grants, and if we get them, that's great. It's just more we can do.
And again, that goes with, you're saying the CRA money, we need to be very clear that would only be for those that apply, I mean, that are within that CRA, which is why those people that we did meet with, that made applications, they were part of that.
So it's important we work with everyone.
I feel that this is a tough one because, and I understand where Charles, where we all are coming from, is that, yeah, we need to do something. We do have some properties that, you know, they're a problem. They're a problem for the person that sits next to them that's working hard to try to improve their properties. You know, a lot of things have been said. There's been a lot of misinformation about this, and I would say that at no point, in doing this, has it ever occurred to me that we want to do this to target or to harm anybody. This is just how do we move forward in our community to to try to work to where we have something to reference and work off of, you know, more importantly with some of these properties that are vacant. And we've got somebody in California, you know, that's not overseeing that property. And so, we've gotta have a solution at some point in time. So I'm gonna open it up for, do you have another comment? Otherwise, I'm gonna open it up for public comment.
I do. So if we look at our CRA budget, there are many more structures that need assistance than we could even possibly fund out of the CRA. For the properties that we looked at yesterday, most of them we're looking at doing only 50%. And, we had the discussion, some of those properties, we don't even know if they're salvageable. One thing we've discussed on this commission for years, some of the properties that the city manager showed up there actually are derelict to the point that they would need demolition. We haven't even figured out what to do about that. Every year we talk about, well, should we foreclose on this property? Well, we don't have the money to foreclose on it. We don't have the money to demolish it. We've looked at the budget before. So the idea that we can go in and actually fix the properties with city money that we would cite, I don't think is realistic. I think that needs to be acknowledged. And as well, I just want to share with commissioners, one thing that's been suggested is that we put some money toward a grant writer for the budget, because we have a very limited budget, and if we want to try to help citizens with grants, unless there's somebody on staff who they want to identify and take on that job, we would need a grant writer. And the other thing we might need in the budget, I don't know, is to put more money into the code enforcement position, so that that person could actually spend more time out there identifying properties and speaking to people. So that has to kind of go with it. We don't really have money to do much at all. I mean, except to, like, and that's reality.
I put up a slide that's coming later in the CRA budget to show how our CRA revenues have grown each year. They'll continue to grow exponentially each year, so we will have funds available to keep expanding our grant program, to keep offering that incentive to fix up properties.
I think you need both. I think you need the CRA to be very active within the community. And we need to find some more grants, of course we do, that's extremely helpful.
Yes.
But again, we never guarantee grants, there's everybody looking for the same grants, every city's looking for the same grants.
With that, at this time, I'm gonna go ahead and open it up for public comment. Please, I have two, Ms. Cooper, I'm gonna keep you to the end if that's okay, to see if, a public comment for this one, is that okay?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Sykes, you said you wanted to speak. I'm gonna start with you, and then I'll allow anybody else that wants to speak. And I ask you too, that as you come forward, you know, we're looking for a solution, so please, you know, rather than just say no, try to make some suggestions for us as well, because this is, again, I'm gonna say that nobody here is trying to attack anybody, target any homes, do any damage. We understand the cost that goes into, fixing up these homes, but, we need to find some solution too, so, thank you.
In Sykes, Crescent City. When I moved here, I bought a house and it was debatable whether to tear it down or to fix it up. And I put twice as much money in fixing up that house than I paid for the entire half-acre property. So, I know how expensive it is to do this stuff, and many people in our community can't afford it. And I would not want to be the code enforcement officer who would have to go knock on somebody's door and tell them they have to do something. I think that would be dangerous, to be quite honest with you, because I think that would be insulting to the person in the home. If the city wants to send out a letter or do something like that, but also to do this without having the assistance that we need from the city. People don't live in crappy houses because they want to live in crappy houses. I can't think of anybody who would walk up to them and say, hey, your house looks like crap. Do you want it to? They're gonna say no. They're living where they're living because that's what they can afford. Many of the homes in our community have been passed down for generations. And to tell somebody now, hey, fix it up or, we're gonna find you and you're gonna have to move out because you're not gonna be able to afford it. I think that's ridiculous and I think that's unfair to our community.
Thank you.
You could
I'm gonna
also,
ask everybody to keep your, yes,
you could also have a supply only do commercial zone,
okay.
to commercial zone.
Yeah, I mean, we have some options, so let's hear from everybody and hear what they have to say, and then let's see what we can do here.
Good evening, my name is Veronica Glover, 512 Grand Rondo East, Crescent City. Earlier it was mentioned about SHIP. As far as I know, that SHIP, I would like to know where SHIP spent some money at. So that's the first thing. I wanna know where the money was spent. I know when we had a storm in 2017, the concerned citizens of South Putnam went out and got assistance, the St. John Housing Partnership. We have a housing fair, we haven't had it, but they came in and they put roofs, the Methodist organization, the Red Cross, they assisted people with roofs. So some of these new roofs you see on, that came from that project. Also, at that time, and if I ever meet the man, I would say thank you, Rick Scott. He's not my favorite, but I have to respect what he did. We kept asking for money. Those who govern our county kept telling that the people in Crescent City was in good shape. We didn't need any money, and we had got storm damage and a lot of storm damage. And Rick Scott was wondering why these people keep asking for money, and he made them send more money into the South Putnam County area. But I can tell you back there, with CRA money from Central to all the way down to, is it Eucalyptus? Sometimes we get it confused. From Grand Rondo up to Main Street, there's only one house back there, something been done from aid or grants, and that's Mr. Joe Jordan's house.
Yeah.
That's the only one. Nobody else have gotten assistance back there with anything. So those homes, for a lot of it from damage, not having money, like Diane said, nobody wants to live like that. But it's money come in, but there's no money has gone into that community back there. No money. So we need to think about that. The CRA, I know what it's supposed to do. From my understanding, it's supposed to be helping those critical areas that are low income areas. That's what those funds are supposed to do.
Thank you very much. Do we have, any other speakers? You wanna come up now, or do you wanna wait till?
Now.
Okay.
Because I
Come
don't
on down. You're ready, she's ready, come on.
Maureen Cooper, 34 North Prospect. First of all, there's a new program that I just found out about from someone in South Florida, and I've not heard of it. The Florida Safe Home Program, has anybody checked into that? Brand new grants, they will do windows and roofs to protect you in case of another hurricane. And they're first come, first served, so it's interesting, we need to let people know about that. Florida Safe Home Program.
Okay.
Second of all, and I just am curious, I have a question. This 2023-06 ordinance that we're talking about, I believe was brought up at the May meeting. A motion was made, it wasn't seconded, it wasn't tabled, and yet it's back on the agenda tonight. So how does it come back? Who puts it back on the agenda? If it wasn't seconded the first time and wasn't tabled for later discussion?
It was voted down.
It was voted down.
Excuse me?
It was voted down, but no discussion there was discussion throughout, but then it was voted down, and that's why he said
So why is it back on?
Well, this is a new version that we removed it, we modified it, bringing it back.
Oh,
Not the same set of standards.
so did the commissioner ask for it to be brought back, or did you put it back on?
I put it back.
Okay, Second question, in the packet, this section 110.6 and 110.7, are they new or are they part of the existing ordinances?
Part of the existing ordinance. And that's what our attorneys recommended, we remove that.
Definitely that needs to be removed.
Okay.
I mean, I can't believe it says you can tell an owner they can't lease or get a loan or, I mean, that's just unconstitutional as far as I'm concerned. That's gotta go, in my opinion, I'm sorry.
It is unconstitutional.
That's all I have to say.
And that's the one, okay. And we'd already discussed that we would take that out, correct? Okay, do I have any other, we have any other speakers? Yes, sir.
George Miller, 100 Lakeshore Drive. I like Commissioner DeVito's idea, and I think we need to have more discussion with the existing code in front of us, call it a workshop. See what, I'm sure there's some things that need to be removed, and look at the new one, and see if maybe something we need to add that to the existing one. But we need to spend a little more time on it, because it's still pretty heavy-handed, in my view.
Thank you.
Mayor,
Yes, sir.
we really need to go out on the market and try to find where funds are. I told her idea about that new, from down south, who said it came.
Yeah, let's say home program.
Yeah.
We're looking at that.
Try to find out where these people getting these funds from. I know we have done pretty bridge on back down this way, kind of the sheep of the county, but we still need funds. And in the past, that's why you keep on hearing me say grant, because that's about the only way that we could get some money, if you want to say, I don't want to point out no area in the lower income area, through grants. And once they go in, and the outside looks moving. But once they go to tearing the old wood away, they find out, hey, we just stop. We might as well rebuild the house. That's why you see some rebuilt houses in Crescent City in the lower income area, putting them back on the tax road. And they put the name of the street now, next, not Bay Street, yeah, next to Bay Path. Red Rocky Lane. That was nothing but shacks. But through grants, we got concrete houses down there. The people weren't able, just like Diane said, the people weren't able, they were doing the best they could. And those shacks what were down there. But they got grants, we were blessed to get grants. And a lot of new homes were built in that area.
I reached out to SHIP at one point about them coming into the community and doing a workshop. And at that point in time, they had so many people on their waiting list that it just didn't seem, and that's something that we need to work with the county on and probably we should have already been working with the county to make sure that South Putnam is represented in that way. So if we've, do we have anybody else to speak on this? Yes, ma'am, if you want to come forward. Ms. Glover, you want to?
Yeah, you said something again about CHIP. Yes, we need to monitor them because one time when I was unemployed, me, my sister, and my dad was on the list. So we were checking, so we were each other's backup phone number, call if you can't get one. So I went in one day just to check it, no more because I had a job and I wasn't gonna qualify. But I was checking for my dad and looked on there and they had marked us out. And I was like, how, you didn't contact any of them. So we are not being serviced down here by SHIP. So, and I don't know what to do about that, but they are not servicing us. We are not getting that assistance. We are taxpayers and we are not getting assistance from them from up there.
We
So,
need to start speaking at the county commission meetings when they're there, making their presentations, and making sure that we have a voice, you know? Ms. Middleton?
Yes. If I could make a comment in relation to that issue with the county. one thing that we don't do, the county adopts their budget at the same time we adopt ours. And by the time we hear about it, it's too late to make a request or a comment. So really, in the spring, in the late winter and spring, we need to be looking at where Crescent City is not served and how to bring that to the attention of the county before they pass their budget. That's a timing issue.
Okay, Ms. Middleton.
Middleton, something, I just wanted to hats off to the police department. They seem to know whenever,
Reset the timer.
they seem to know whenever I'm on the phone, because but they get a lot of people, and it's amazing compared to what it was. And as far as like Mr. Banks and Lisa was talking about, there's no use to putting the roofs on derelict houses. You know, it's just like putting lipstick on a pig. So I don't know how you go about with these derelict houses, contacting the people and saying you gotta bring it up to code or sell it. It's just, you know, I don't know. Something maybe to table and talk about.
Thank you. Do we have anybody else that wants to speak? Yes.
I just want to mention, Commissioner Banks, you'll see later on in our grant presentation, the two structures we were concerned about putting a roof on a house. Our recommendation is to have the building inspector see if the house is salvageable before we even reconsider the grant.
I'm gonna, I don't see anybody. Yes, or you?
I have a quick question. Maybe I missed something. Where are we with the hiring grant writer?
We'll talk about that as we get into the
I know
budget.
it's been talked about a lot.
We'll talk about that. I think that's addressed and he has in the budget. There's a notation there in the budget.
Yeah, didn't make it in the budget.
Well, that's the manager did not find the room. I mean, it's been brought up.
Well, then the budget's in front of us, so that's our responsibility too. With that, yes, sir, Commissioner Banks.
Does anybody know a home that ship didn't work inside the city? Is there anybody know that ship did any work inside Crescent City? I was told, now I don't know how true this is, so don't take it out of here. I was told they take care of the county. The reason I said that, I had a 96-year-old aunt, and I went to them on Junction Road out there, and they kept me through the ringer. So maybe we need to start by asking the county commissioners or the county, do they cover the city limits of Crescent City?
My understanding when I spoke to them that they would be considered, it's just their waiting list, and I said, well, it's unfortunate because we don't know down here, you know, how to even apply and could we do a workshop? And this was some time ago, so we need to reach back out to them again, so, let me say this for something for us to consider. Of course, Mr. Rudd said that about the, keeping it within the CRA. Obviously, there's some conflicts between the commissioners as far as what we're gonna do with that. We need to do something at some point. And if we were to consider this and start with this and see what happens with vacant buildings and commercial buildings, if that's something that everybody could consider. We know that a lot of these vacant buildings, that we need to do something with them. And if you live next to a vacant building and they're not taking care of that building, your property's being impacted significantly. I know I don't want that next to me. Most people, your property is your largest investment typically that you have. And, so if that's something that everybody could, yes, ma'am.
Christina Marie, CRA Manager. I would just like the commission to consider applying some minimum maintenance standards to our commercial properties, especially on Central. Most of these property owners live out of town. They have money, they live elsewhere, and they don't even paint their building. There's paint chipping off. And then we have other property owners that are well invested in town that take very good care of their properties. And I would just like to ask, even if perhaps you set aside the residential for a moment and at least consider it for commercial, that would really be a great help. Even with our current code, I work very closely with our code enforcement officer, and there's not much that she can do for, you know, a broken window on the top of our commercial building, which is clearly an eyesore and doesn't look good. But we don't really have anything to stand on to ask these people to clean up their properties. So, thank you.
So that would be, and that's something else we need to take into consideration, because one of the things that we, I think all of us have been trying to do is, and I put this out there again, when I ran for office, is to bring some sparkle back to Crescent City. And so as you drive up and down Summit Street, those are gonna be most of your commercial properties that you see, Central also, this way, that way. And as you drive down Summit Street and you see some of these buildings, do they bring that sense of pride that you want people that come to visit you or drive through the city to remember us as? And possibly this is a way of helping us with that, with those commercial properties. And again, I'm gonna go with, I would recommend, commissioners, that you consider it for some of these vacants. You can put on there that a house, if it's been vacant for a year, it's been vacant for 2 years. We can do what we, you know, we can manipulate this the way we feel that it will be acceptable to the community. So that's something for you to think about. Do we have anybody else that they have any input on this before I close public comment and take it? Okay. I saw a lot of heads nod when we were talking about the commercial property, so. Yes, ma'am.
Can I say it again?
Yes, ma'am. For this, absolutely. Normally, we only ask you to speak once, but, you know, we understand that there's a lot of concern.
I know the commercial buildings up Central, but if you gotta remember, back in the 1800s, that was main hook.
Yeah.
So it's remembrance of going back and seeing the old buildings and what they used to be. So that's important in Crescent City.
It is. Thank you.
Mayor, if I could just comment. Number one, I brought this up during the workshop. I asked whether we could just apply this to commercial building. And Bobby said yes. We don't have anything in writing. I don't understand why, but he said yes. So that was one of my questions. Does this ordinance that's written include just commercial? No, it includes residential, right? And so if we applied it only within the CRA, is that possible, Bobby? Is there any issue, constitutional issue?
I mean, that's a deep question to ask on the spot.
Well, I mean, and it's a concern I have that we just bring this up and we spent a lot of time on it and there's a lot of questions to be asked, so here we are. I mean, I don't think, if we can't get an answer now, I certainly understand that, but that's a concern. And so we would be talking about Central, North, and South CRA, correct?
We're talking right now, there was a suggestion of CRAs, but I think also it's commercial properties.
Exempt all residential, all occupied residential.
All occupied residential.
Well, and my other concern that we discussed during the workshops was, some cities have ordinances related to rental properties on the coast does. I mentioned that, it was noted. We didn't go any further with that, but we have some, rental properties that are in very bad condition. And also, we don't need to have an ordinance to look for grants. They're two separate things. You can look for grants and give out grants without having an ordinance. Okay.
Yes, sir.
We've been beating this on the bush for about an hour now.
I'm ready to,
I think we need to table it or come back to it. I know it's the first reading, but maybe we didn't workshop it deep enough.
I agree.
We can sit here all night and be on this same 2023-06. It's time to move on, don't, just like we say, we could be here too long. It's time to move.
Well, I think if we could, I mean, I would be ready to move forward if we wanted to limit it. That's gonna be up to, you both, you have a motion and a second, so someone would have to, either amend it.
I'll rescind my motion.
Okay, you're gonna rescind your motion.
Right, so I would move to table this and to have the city manager circulate a draft, not a first reading, but a draft, with the ideas, that have been brought up tonight, and as well, I would like to see the staff bring to us the documentation of exactly what it is we currently have in our power to enforce. I think we need to have that baseline for ourselves and for others, because we're going to be repealing something. We need to know what we're repealing.
We're not repealing anything, we're not repealing anything.
Well, then I wanted to explain to me why we're not repealing anything. This has been very
Creating, Lottie, do you want to, audience, please?
We're not repealing anything.
No, it's creating a new chapter in code, chapter 20.
Okay, so, but this is what I'm not.
Okay, so I need a motion at this point in time, I'm done discussing this.
Okay, I'm moving to table, but I want to check with Bobby and get an explanation later how we can not ever be repealing anything, because obviously we're enforcing something. But I moved to table and ask the city manager to bring back a draft to us that we can review with the ideas that were discussed today.
I'll second.
Okay, so we have a motion to table, do we have a time certain that we're asking to table this until? Keep in mind too, that as we move forward, there's gonna be fiscal impact statements that are gonna be required for any of these ordinances that are gonna impact, so.
I think they already are.
No, I don't think it's until October 1.
Yeah, I did a webinar with the League of Cities on Monday, and the League of Cities attorney said, basically, if you haven't passed an ordinance, you better do your impact statement.
Well, that's why he has this for September. I think that's why they're trying to do this in September.
So, but she said it's, in other words, we wouldn't be passing this before October 1st, and it's not complicated.
So do you wanna do this for a time certain? Are we asking to,
I don't know how long it'll take.
because I don't want any confusion anymore for people saying, why is this brought back on, why is this on the agenda? We need to be very clear with our direction here. So, Commissioner DeVito, are you asking for a workshop, table it for a workshop? Or are you asking it to table to discussion at the next meeting with the changes?
Well, at the next meeting, that's feasible for us to discuss it, because something has to be prepared.
Okay. You can do it for the next meeting?
Next meeting feasible.
Okay,
Right.
okay.
Tonight, I'm gonna go with the gigantic.
Yeah, I understand. Okay. Okay. So I currently have that motion and we have a second. And Karen, I'm gonna ask you, audience, everybody's comfortable with this? Okay. Karen, I'm gonna ask you for a motion, do a roll call, please.
Commissioner Barton?
Aye.
Commissioner Banks?
Aye.
Commissioner DeVito?
Aye.
Mayor Myers?
Aye. Okay, so moved. Okay, we're gonna move on to our first reading of ordinance 2023-10. Mr. Pickens, if you will read that for us, please.
Actually, he's gonna take this item, this was the item you asked him to bring back to increase the fines for animal control violations.
Okay.
I just gotta get to it, sorry.
Is everybody, before we go forward, I know this room is like a refrigerator. Is everybody comfortable or do we need to? It's cold. It's cold? Okay. It's hot. Okay. I'm just gonna go check the temperature now. Okay.
An ordinance of the city of Crescent City, Florida, amending chapter 4, article 2, section 4.46 of the code of ordinances, providing for severability, providing for implementation of administrative action, providing for codification and directions to the code codifier, and providing for an effective date.
What is the ordinance? Okay, I'm gonna entertain a motion.
Oh, yeah, so this is, I believe it was Commissioner DeVito asked us to bring back something to put some type of fine or teeth into the animal ordinance. I didn't have much direction, so I just took exactly what we did in the noise ordinance because it seemed to work out. So that's what I did, so just at least to, start the conversation on how we want to amend, the fines for not complying with the animal ordinance.
So that's the first violation is a written warning, the second violation within 12 months of initial warning is $250 civil citation. Third violation within 12 months of initial warning, a $500 civil citation, and the county court shall have jurisdiction over this chapter.
I'll entertain a motion.
I move that we, adopt ordinance 2023-10 on first reading.
Okay, and a second.
A second.
We have a motion and a second. Commissioners, we have open for discussion.
Well, I think, it wasn't just me, I think this was something that we all, discussed in a workshop and maybe a later meeting, because it was identified, that we needed a little more enforcement authority for our city animal control ordinance. And I think we had a long discussion about whether to give our code officer, citation authority, and it was decided that that would be very safe for our code officer. And so this kind of was the result. And I don't think it will solve all of our problems, but as the city manager says, it is one method or tool that we have that might, in some cases, be helpful. But
If we could solve all the problems,
one ordinance,
our noise ordinance, when we, put more teeth in that, while it didn't solve people from having problems, it has significantly reduced that, and I know, hopefully that was the, that's for this too, is that it will significantly reduce it. I don't think we will ever be able to solve the animal issue. But we're gonna try our hardest. So commissioners, do we have any other comments on this? Okay, I'm gonna open it up for public comment. Commissioner Peter, are you done? Okay, I'm gonna open it up for public comment on this. This is on the animal ordinance and the increase of fines. Do we have anybody that would like to speak on this? The sites?
Yes.
Got you down for each one.
Diane Sykes, Crescent City, Florida. As everybody, well, I don't know if everybody knows, there's an organization called SPAN, South Platinum Animal Network, and we used to keep a pen at the fire department where we would put dogs that were picked up on the street. Well, we didn't pick them up, the police department picked them up. And we would feed and water them and walk them and try to find the owners, and if we could not find the owner, because local policemen usually knew where the animals belonged. If we couldn't find the owner, then we kept them there until animal control could come and pick them up. This commission booted us out from the fire department, so we no longer have a pen to hold the animals. So we don't currently have a mechanism within the city to deal with animals. It has to be handled through the county animal control.
It's my understanding that that pen was sent out to, Art. Jenny, doesn't she have it out at Art?
No.
Okay.
No. Too bad, come on.
Okay. I know she has that, but I believe she had where did the pen go? Because I remember I reached out at some point because we had talked to, the colonel and, about possibly putting it over by the police department, and that y'all, at that time, you had already, donated it to someone. Who did you donate that to?
Animal control.
So it went to animal control, okay. Okay, thank you. I know Jenny at, Crescent City Kennels has offered that service, but if there is a dog picked up, that possibly we could, take them there as long as it fits with her facility, so. Okay, do we have any other comments on this? Yes, ma'am, if you want to come up and speak, please state your name. You don't have to be sorry, that's what we're here for.
We have an issue with a lot of cats. Kent and Jordan, my German Shepherd caught a bunch of them around the wheel. I saved them. Mr. Bob, he's got a litter and a cat that's got the litter in her.
On Saturday, I had 16 fixed through Paris, a friend of mine in East Palatka. Pam Trednick's kind enough to do it for $10 a cap. So, I'm trying, but they're dropped off on me. And Mr. Ron's got the beauty, and and I'm feeding 4 under there, and they're fixing to go this weekend. So, I mean, I don't know what to do, I had 2 dropped off, and I was feeding them, and then I went to the mountains, was gone for 2 months, and Bob took over Onyx, and Onyx would come a female, and just kidding, so I gotta go Saturday and get her. But I don't know what to do when they're dropped off, I can't have a cat because my dogs go nuts.
Yeah, first of all, I'd like to thank you that you're doing something.
Thank you.
I mean, it's very important that we all do something, and what it seems like is there are a few people around that do a lot, and then we have a few people around that really kind of do nothing.
Well, when I volunteered for the food bank, I contacted Purina, and they donated so many bags of dog food, so it helped out a lot.
No, I just think it's wonderful.
And I could contact Purina again about a grant. I know Rachel Ray gets 25,000, or was it 20?
For what? For version.
Rachel Ray.
I don't remember the amount.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, every little bit helps. And if you can get a vet like Jenny that comes in and does it, or Pam Trednick that does it all the time, Mr. Hart goes a long ways. And one cat can produce up to 3,000 kittens in a lifetime.
Jenny, has mentioned that, and I know they're working on a program that they can have them, a mobile one come and help us with that,
All I gotta do is take and meet and Satsuma, and Paris comes down and takes them on up to East Clark Vet.
Okay. Thank you. Do we have any other comments on this, as far as, and this is the animal control with us trying to figure out a way, and most especially with the loose animals and people not being responsible for those loose animals. So do we have anybody else on us increasing these fees? Okay, Ms. Cooper? No, you're good? Okay. With that, I'm gonna close public comment. Commissioners, I'm bringing it back to you. We've had discussion, can we take this to a vote, please? Is everyone ready? I'm ready. Okay, Karen, will you do a roll call, please?
Commissioner DeVito? Aye. Commissioner Banks?
Aye.
Commissioner Burton?
Aye.
Mayor Myers?
Aye. Okay, so passes. Thank you all. And with this, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna recess our meeting at this time, and I'm gonna open up our CRA.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First item on the agenda is we want to continue our streetscaping project. You can see up on the screen on the left is the work we've done so far on the street. And our request is to do the two spaces in front of Ace Hardware. We'll remove the grass, adjust the irrigation to accommodate crepe myrtle trees and potted plants, and then the board recommending Vargas will install the brick pavers, and we'll do the same treatment we did down the street and continue the process.
Commissioners, we have a motion to approve, or we want to have discussion?
I'll move to approve.
A second.
Okay, motion and a second, okay, we'll open it up for discussion. Commissioner DeVito.
Mayor, I have a couple of concerns about this. Just the minimum price for Vargas is $5,500. I walked by the existing papers that you did, and I asked the city manager about this before the meeting. The existing papers have a couple of very serious trip hazards in them. There's holes in the papers that, I mean, if we're going, there's open areas that there's a 0-inch drop. It's not smooth. If you go look at it.
I was on it yesterday,
Right.
I was pulling
Okay.
readings out of it, so I was all over it, I didn't see that, so.
Well, if you look where the water box is and where irrigation is, there's an open space like this that is a trip hazard, just like that as well. Of the crepe myrtles that are planted there, one of them is now at about a 45-degree angle.
The wind caught it through this last storm, so we're gonna have to secure that one.
I don't know that that's the best. Just, I don't know.
What do you recommend for that tree, if we don't secure it with if we don't stake and secure it and try to straighten it back up?
I don't know that those little skinny crepe myrtles, the idea is that they're supposed to provide shade. My recommendation is, before we plan to put more tiny little crepe myrtles in, that we ask the tree and garden board, who are supposed to make recommendations, to recommend something that A, would be sturdier when we plant it, and B, would grow up and actually provide some shade. I brought some pictures back from a downtown I visited that had some plants that were,
What kind of trees were they? What kind of trees were they?
I don't know, I have to get somebody to tell me. It was in downtown Tallahassee, but they're more robust. I mean, I think this is an issue that Tree and Garden should make a suggestion for, because the crepe myrtles are right now, until they get much bigger, they're very vulnerable to wind and to just people bumping into them. I mean, they're just, they're not sturdy at this stage. It's very bright there, and one of them is, despite the irrigation, is kind of burning. I mean, it's a tough place to put crepe myrtles in there.
Mayor, the consideration there was, there are power lines above this, so I can't get a tree that grows very tall.
No, I'm not talking about a tree that grows tall. What I saw, there's a lot of shrubs that will stay way under the power line, but they're sturdier and they wind up just being more of a buffer and a shader.
A shrub.
And I don't even know what they are, but they're doing very, very well in downtown Tallahassee, and they look nice.
Cost is also a factor in this, actually, make it more affordable for us. These eventually will grow into.
That's what we have in the medians, isn't that what we have?
Yes, the medians are correct. So it ties it all together. We can also have, whoever's awarded, if Argus is awarded, they can make repairs if we see are necessary to the job they did already. So, and we actually have, we've got a trash can that's gonna go in this section that's completed. I've got to have them cut out a square or a pad to bolt down that trash can.
Okay. Commissioner DeVito, will you make sure to get with Charles so that, with Vargas, so to make to the areas that you have concern, over those brick pavers?
Absolutely.
Okay. Okay, with that, I'm gonna open it up for, is there any other comments on this? And it looks like they're doing something else further down by Cassie's. What's
That's a
going on?
repair. When that tenant of that building, the vendor broke the sidewalk, they're paying to replace that.
Okay. With that, I'm gonna open it up for any public comment. Anybody has any comment? Ms. Sykes?
I don't have a comment on this.
Okay. Ms. Cooper, you're good?
I'm good.
Okay. Okay, with that, commissioners, I'm gonna bring it back, to a vote. We have a proper motion and a second. Karen, would you please do roll call?
Commissioner Burton?
Aye.
Commissioner Banks?
Aye.
Commissioner DeVito?
No.
Mayor Myers?
Aye. Okay, so moved. Let's go to the ranking and funding of the grant applications.
So Mayor, this was, we did a workshop both here and then we did a mobile workshop to visit these sites. So I tweaked this a little bit to reflect, discussions of both those workshops. We had a total of about $200,000 worth of applications. We have some qualified for the ARPA funding for economic development and some for the CRA. This is the loan applicant from the North CRA to clean and paint this building. We've recommended awarding this at 100%. This is where our local pharmacy is located, it'll be a very important building in the future. This is the apartment complex we went and visited, and the recommendation was to do 50% of the hardscape and the gutters, and after meeting there, the consensus seemed to be that the gutters could be cleaned out, and the ones that are there are still in good shape. So 50% of the hardscape, and then funding the parking lot expansion, which is building concrete in this area to give those tenants a place to park off the street in the parking lot of that apartment. 334 Central, repair the wood rod and paint the building. Look at this. This is a very historic building, a wonderful building. We're recommending 100% grant for this project. There was quite a bit of wood rot on the exterior of the siding. This project at 21 North Main, we visited, we had wanted to see more of a plan of how the rest of the renovation would occur, so we didn't have the roof fixed and the building remained vacant. After visiting the site, our recommendation is that we have a building inspector go through the building and give us a report whether it would be condemned. And it is actually, as Commissioner Banks said, they started digging in there and realized the building's not salvageable. So we would bring this back to you with the results of that report. The same with this project. We found that the foundation on this side is settling. There's cracks in the building, in the block. This is a concrete block. The roof is caved in. But again, we want to see if the building is in fact structurally sound and it would make sense to put a new roof on it. So we'll bring that report back to you as well. This project we visited was the wood rot repair is actually for the garage structure in the back and paint both buildings. The recommendation was to do the wood rot repair. The applicant said they could do the paint another time. We visited the site, we had concern about termites, we found evidence of termites, and as indicated earlier, she brought in a report showing that the building was in fact checked for termites and did not have termites, had been treated in the past for termites. So we go back to the original thoughts of the workshop was to fund the wood rot repairs. You can't see the garage in this picture, but it's a two-car garage on the other side of the building. And then she may work out the painting herself. This is the Jethro Baptist Church. We recommend fully funding the termite treatment of this building. It's really a starting point for them. They have a lot of plans for renovation and restoration of this building. And the logical place to start is to take care of the termite infestation. South Lake Street, this is on a commercial project, so we're recommending fully funding this. You can't see it here, but the parking lot is severely washed out. That'd be restoration of the parking, bring it to a more usable condition. And this would apply, will qualify for our ARPA funds. We're recommending 100% funding. This is the music store. The original owner had requested a grant for about a third to a half of the back of the roof repaired. Your discussion was you would like to see if the new owner, would be willing to pay half of a full roof. And he has agreed, he would pay half of a full, would rather have a full roof than pay 50% of that cost. He's currently seeking more. We had one estimate for the full roof, so he's seeking more estimates for the full roof. We'll bring those back to you.
So we would set aside
We would do a not to exceed, probably, I think the grant we had, the estimate was 56,000. So we would recommend you do a not to exceed half that amount. And then this is the building on 107 North Main Street, city owns. Again, this is the previous project and this one would be qualified under our ARPA funds. And we're asking for a not to exceed amount of $50,000 to then put out an RFQ for architectural services to then get plans drawn up on how this building would be restored or renovated into a usable condition.
My understanding is if we do that, then that helps us because we would be more shovel ready.
Exactly.
For grant
Grants.
applications.
We would know what to put in the grant that we're gonna do. We could apply for just the windows or just the porch and so forth. So this is the summary of it. With again, the North CRA, the only project up there, this is the Cedar Street or wood rot figure. This is Lake Street. This is 100% of the parking and 50%. This is just this actually the figure is both the gutters and the hardscape, which you originally discussed at the first workshop. Cedar Street, this is the tenting of the Jethro Baptist Church. Central Avenue, this is the wood rot and painting of the yellow house on Central. And then again, in the ARPA column, the parking lot at Free Bananas. This number would go to 50% of the, not to exceed 50% of the $56,000, and then up to $50,000 for the Masonic, a former Masonic lodge. This will still leave money in the fund to revisit those two projects. You'll see when we do the grant, there's $52,000 in that line. which would allow for, if you want, originally we talked about awarding 50% of those requests. It would still allow for that, to revisit those. And then you could decide if you were to find that one of those buildings was deemed unusable, you might award more for the other, if the other was usable, so.
Oh, wait a minute, can I ask a question? Okay, so under commercial non-residential, the third category, the very first one where it says, wait a minute, hold on, where is 19?
Which property?
Okay, sorry, I was looking at the wrong one, okay, I don't have a question, that's fine. No question.
Okay. Commissioners, so we want to discuss this, and we can possibly take them individually, we can take them as a group, but I think, possibly there's some that we need to discuss. Charles, would we, with those, the one on Main and the one on Grand Rondo, the grant, as part of that, we would pay for the inspection?
Yes, and we often work, county may not be a charge for that, county, but they're the person who knows
That's who
the
we
condemns
reach out
building,
to,
so,
yeah.
yeah, they make that determination.
Okay, and then, the other one on Grand Rondo, Cedar, Ms. Gomez's, I know there was a termite issue and we've gotten some documentation.
She brought in documentation, she paid for an inspection, and they found no termites. And they did find it had been treated, not sure how long ago, they treated for termites previously,
I think she said 2015.
2015.
So there's not a bond on it though,
No, it says
not-
canceled.
It was canceled, okay.
I talked to Ms. Gomez-Bill, and she said that she was willing to have them come in, and treat for, what was it, ground termites or whatever?
Yeah.
Subterranean.
Yeah, subterranean.
And get a bond on that, so she's working with us.
They can do the inspection and make sure and do that for the subterranean, okay? So, commissioners, do you want to hear from any of the applicants? Do we want to have any more discussion? Or move forward?
I can't wait. I wanna make sure about 11 North Lake Street. We're doing 100% for the parking expansion.
Yeah.
And of course, down below it says the fund 50% of gutters, we decided not to do the gutters, correct?
That's my understanding, no gutters.
And are we doing the hardscape?
Well, and I have a question
Yes.
about, is the hardscape the rocks?
The rocks.
Is that the gravel? Okay. So, I went over there today with a local engineer, because my main concern is that if we're spending city money, that we not make things worse. I mean, the issue there that was described to us is
What
that,
engineer did you go over there with?
well, I don't know that you want me to say their name in the meeting, but they're a retired engineer, and you know them. And they brought their level, and they looked at it, and so I'm saying, if we need to wait a little on this and make sure that we know what we're talking about, what the engineer said is, that the rocks would help the drainage, but they have to be deep enough, 4 to 6 inches, that it will not help the water retention issue if the rocks are just a superficial layer on top. And I'm not finding in here anywhere that it says how deep the rocks are. So my concern is obviously that we not fund something that's cosmetic as opposed to addressing the water runoff problem that property has on the slope.
That was something I think when we were looking at it yesterday, we were talking about that it would, for that water to percolate, that rock would have to be deep enough to allow it to percolate. And I saw in the picture too, it looks like she's taking rock down the side. I didn't realize that yesterday when we were looking at it, but it looks like
Or the south side.
the south side. She's taking it down, it looked like the south
On the
side.
edge of the building.
Okay, because that was, and to me, I'm not saying take this to the bank, this was a volunteer, but before we go ahead and spend the money, we might want to have somebody, that can give us a reliable opinion. The person who looked at it today their advice was that the rock go down the side of the building on the north side, you know, where we saw the dirt and whatnot, that by the driveway, that was the side that would need the rock, not the other side, yeah.
She's gonna skirt the building in rock, you look at the pictures,
Yeah, that's what I was,
But it has to be,
4 to 6 inches deep,
according to the volunteer.
that makes sense.
yeah, it would have to be enough to allow that water.
Right, and so what I don't know is, I can't really tell from this, the look-see at this, you know, you pay for volume of rock, right? Yeah, I don't know how much rock this estimate
I wonder, you know, and again, they took the grant application, they did the best they could, all of these applicants did in trying to get quotes for this. You uncover, like Commissioner Banks said earlier, you get into a project and then all of a sudden you uncover.
Yes.
That's why you have HGTV, because they always uncover so many things that you're like, why didn't they find that in the beginning? But we're uncovering some things that possibly before we go forward to make sure that the monies that we're spending them wisely. Charles, is that something that possibly with her, I mean, I understand we definitely need that additional parking, and that's probably separate and apart from this other landscaping. Is that something
They
that,
bring that piece back to you.
Yes.
You just wanna approve the.
Well, you know, I have here, I mean, one thing that says 4 inches of rock around the entire.
is that from Adam? Is that one from Adam?
Yes.
Yes, I think that was, I
Was
thought I
that,
saw
that was
too.
more than the Vargas one, right?
Yeah. No,
That'd be higher amount.
no, I think Adam was, I thought Adam was less.
No, I think,
Is Adam more?
Yeah, it was 70,
it's
265 versus 6,000.
So I think that's something that we,
well, we need to ask Christian.
Yeah.
What's up?
Well, Mayor, my concern is, to me, we still have to adopt the whole budget tonight on first reading, because that's kind of a necessity. Excuse me. I'm sorry, I'm breathing in some buzz or something. My feeling is that we should vote on things that we're sure about and leave the ones that we're not sure about pending, because, you know, the clock's kind of ticking.
I understand, that's what we were saying, is that if there's a portion of this that we could pull out, then we could pull that portion out.
Right.
So that she could.
I can bring that piece back to you with the building official reports
Okay.
as well.
Okay, and the homeowners on Main and Grand Rondo, they were okay with that, correct, with us putting this aside for right now and bringing the new inspector?
Yes, we discussed it,
Okay.
Ronnie, she was good with that, yes.
Okay,
That'll be informative for her as well.
okay, and Ms. Gomez, where are we on Ms. Gomez's? What would we be looking at for Ms. Gomez's at this?
Well, now we're back to the wood rot repair on the garage for 6604.
That's what she asked for, I think.
Painting and painting, right?
No, it did not include the painting.
Okay.
He told me he can do both for that price.
Okay, so,
Yeah, it says it right there, cleaning and painting. I'm just reading your notes up here.
oh no, that was, for 19 Cedar, it just says rotten wood repair.
Oh, I'm sorry,
You're looking at the central probably.
okay, so he would do both for,
Yeah, he can do both for that price. I'll put extra.
So with any of our grants, if stuff is discovered, our grant has a cap, so the rest of it would be on the property owner.
Okay. Okay. So if we want to, do we want to hear from anybody that would like to speak? I could open it for public comment, and then we can, need a motion. I do need a motion, but we can wait and hear from them first. I didn't take a motion on this one because we're discussing this.
Are you
So
saying you want a motion?
I would like a motion at this point. But I want to open it up for public comment.
Okay, so I move that we agree tonight to fund the one project in the North CRA for the amount recommended by the city manager. That we pend 21 North Main Street and 40 Grand Rondo for receipt of report from the building inspector. that we fund 19 Cedar Street at the amount recommended by the city manager, 6604. That we fund 11 North Lake Street for the amount recommended by the city manager, and we'll have to put the,
That's just for the parking lot
Just for the
expansion.
parking.
Yeah.
okay, for the parking, right, if there's nothing there, then we don't fund it, so that's the 12072.
No, it would be,
There you go, only funding.
$4,500.
I thought it was, yeah.
Okay,
And we'll bring it
45.
back, we'll bring it back the,
Well, I should, if I'm making a motion, I should like
Yes.
give me the figure.
okay,
Okay, so 11 North Lake Street is 4,500.
yes.
Okay, can we go back up to
And
that?
that's for the parking expansion.
Right, for parking expansion.
Okay.
Okay, and so we're funding 334 Central Avenue at
We
100.
need to do 101 Cedar Street first, I'm sorry.
So that's why I said go back up to the top line.
No, we did these, now we're on this,
No, we didn't do 101
Can we,
Cedar
can we
Street.
go back to the slide with the list?
yes.
Yeah, it was a little easier.
Yeah.
Okay, so,
Sorry.
so 11 North Lake Street, the amount is
4,500.
4,500 for parking expansion. Okay, I did take notes on that.
Okay.
Then, 101 North Cedar Street, funding 100% of the termite treatment for 4,700. 334 Central Avenue, fund 100% of the rotten wood repair and painting for 7,807. And that is all, the foregoing figures are with the CRA money. 11 South Lake Street. And, okay, that's 3 Bananas, right?
Right.
That is funding 100% of the parking lot renovation with ARPA funds, in the amount of $5,000. Then, is that 111 North Summit Street?
Yes.
Okay, right, fund 50% of,
The full cost of the roof.
right, but are we pending that one?
To cap it at 23, would it be 20?
Did the math real quick.
23,000 is half of 56,000. No, I'm sorry, 28,000.
28,000, not to exceed $28,000.
And that's from ARPA funds?
Yes.
Alright, so that's 111 North Summit Street, fund 50% cap,
Not to exceed $50,000 for,
50,000?
No, 28,000.
oh, I thought you moved on to 107.
No.
I mean,
Something, fund 50% of the entire roof repair with ARPA funds not to exceed
28,000.
28,000, thank you, Mayor. And then, 107 North Main Street, wait a minute, which one is that?
That's the Masonic.
Oh, the Masonic funds, what am I saying? That's my, okay, my favorite one. 107 North Main Street, the New Moon Lodge, fund not to exceed $50,000 for architectural and engineering renovation plans from ARPA funding.
Okay.
With the overall grant cap guidelines applied.
I think that's it. We have a second, so we currently have a proper motion and a second. I'm gonna open it up for public comment. Do we have anybody that would like to speak on any of this? Okay, Ms. Sykes?
No, thank you.
Okay. Okay, with that, commissioners, I'm gonna ask for a roll call from Karen, please, or clerk.
Before we go, just one comment.
Yes.
We have pared down this grant program and tried to make it more targeted. I really feel like there's some things we're paying for that we're not getting enough bang for our buck, and I hope in the future that we can target it even more to make sure that we're not taking care of people's maintenance responsibilities and that we're incentivizing, not subsidizing. But this will help some historic buildings and it will make things look better. So, there you go.
I don't think any of us disagree with you. At the same time, we've gotta have the property owners willing to participate, so. I
No,
think
I'm saying personally, I wouldn't fund some of these, but we're making improvements. There we go.
Okay, Karen, if you would please, God bless you.
Thank you. Commissioner Burton,
All right.
Commissioner Banks, Commissioner DeVito,
Aye.
Mayor Myers.
Aye. So moved, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. The next item is looking for a approval of the CRA budget and a recommendation to the city commission for the approved budget. And I want to first point out, just for anyone who's not familiar with CRA funds, the revenue from CRA's funding is not new taxes. It's not new anything imposed. It's basically we collect the ad valorem taxes, any increase over the base year. So for instance, in the base year, if we have collected $100,000 in taxes, half of it roughly goes to the county, half of it goes to the city. So that's the base year. So anything that comes in over 100,000, so the next year we collected 110,000, that 10,000 goes into the trust fund instead of 5 of it going to the county and 5 of it going to the city. So we capture the county's portion, is a wonderful thing about CRAs, and we divert our portion, our general fund portion, to this trust fund. Those funds must be spent within the CRA, within that district, and can only be spent on things that are in the redevelopment plan. So that's why the plan is often, has a lot of boring detail. That lists everything you might possibly ever spend money on, has to be in the plan. The only time you can spend money outside the district, sometimes you can pay for relocation costs, someone relocate them to a new home, for example, outside of the CRA, you can pay for that, you can buy the home, as an example. But not, everything else must be within the boundaries where the money was collected. And the goal, in which we're achieving, you see, is to gradually have that revenue increase by increasing those values every year. So you want to make sure you're doing projects that do increase the value. Some projects won't really do much for the value. So,
Charles,
yes,
Mayor, could we have a 5-minute break?
Can we get through the CRA?
can I actually, I can use it on every.
I'm saying,
Okay, I'm going to recess for 5 minutes. Stay tuned. Ma'am?
Diane Sykes, Crescent City, Florida. I noticed that John Tatum is no longer here unless he couldn't afford to wait. He was asked to wait, and
Well, I gave him the option. No, I gave him the option. I told him he could wait or he could go ahead and speak and he chose to wait. So I did give him the option.
Well,
Maybe he'll come back in. Maybe he's watching and he'll come back in.
if he doesn't, I'd like to address his
That's
problem.
fine, you can, whenever we're at that point. We're not at that point right now.
Okay, will you let me know when that plan
I
is?
will, yeah, I will.
Okay, so look at the CRA budget. CRA's, when budgeting, it's a little different than general fund. You cannot budget for reserves or contingency. You have to designate everything for purpose or project. And you also have the fund balance from whatever's left over from the previous year, you designate those funds as well. So I always put that in with the revenue, whatever was left over to roll forward. 2 years ago when I came, we had quite a large amount built up and the CRA had not been active. We've been spending that down, so we have a smaller and smaller amount we roll forward. The idea is you designate all your funds every year, and then you usually end up with some money rolled over. So this is a central CRA. We are anticipating 925 in revenue, based on numbers we got, and then we're estimating $38,000, almost $39,000 carry forward. The money you approved tonight for the bricks, we're unlikely to get that billed this fiscal year, so that'll increase that carry forward, and then it'll just come out of next year's line. So this is how that money is distributed through that personnel costs, professional services, repair and maintenance. Those are the large amounts which I'll show you. This is the North CRA. We're anticipating just over $121,000 in revenue and carrying forward about $109,000. Again, it's not very active up there at this point. And in the South CRA, this is a very small geographic area, has about 15,000 in revenue expected, and we're going to bring forward almost $18,000 because again, we have been very active down there. So this is a comparison over the years of the revenue as it's increased every year, and we hope to see that trend continuing in the future to allow us to do more programs. Eventually, we're not nearly big enough to take on debt, but at some point you could, if good practice is no more than a third of your revenue, you put towards debt service. So this is our revenue. You can see each one has a city portion and a county portion from 22. This is unaudited numbers. This is our current year, 23, and then what we're projecting. So you can see we had a lot back in 22 because we had a large amount we were carrying forward from 21, and that amount has gone down as we become active and implementing our redevelopment plan. So in the north, again, there's quite a large amount. We're expecting approximately $230,000 to work with there. And then in the south, only about almost $33,000 for the coming year. So in our expenditures, I won't go through in detail, but the big items, professional services line, this is a piece of the master plan. We spread that over all three. We did not get the DEO grant for that, so that is spread over the three. 15,000 of that is in this year's, we paid already this year, so we have a remainder of $85,000. Repair and maintenance is another big line. That's where we do the brick pavers, the pots, the beautification, and so forth on Central. And then down here, $52,000 is our grant program, and we designated that money, and we'll have that almost all, depending on the outcome of the building officials' reports, we may have that all designated this coming year. And then for the north, same thing again, we have more in professional services there. That's a larger geographic area. Hopefully more visioning up there in the master plan. We do have a line for improvement projects and a line for redevelopment grants. We don't have anything planned right now. This is where the entry feature would come out of, should we be able to move forward on the design with that. And then the redevelopment grants, this is one you just approved for the community pharmacy up there, will come out of that line. So we have more, we can continue to solicit for applications up there. And then in the south, much smaller amounts, 10,000 in professional services to contribute to the master planning, and then the grants, we have about $10,000 for 80 buildings in that area that might we want to award a grant for those. And then there's a little improvement line, $5,000, which might potentially pay for an entry feature down there into the community. So that's the your redevelopment plan. My request is for a motion to approve and recommend approval to the city commission.
Okay.
Yes, Commissioner.
I've asked this question a couple times. And one thing that's always concerned me is the very northwest part of the city is not part of the CRA. That's Randolph,
Rocket Lane, Bay Lane,
you know, that whole,
Randolph.
Down 308,
is there, there's no way that we can incorporate that into our plan, is there?
You could either establish another district there or expand the north district. We have to do a finding of necessity. We do a study to show that it meets the standards of light. And then you approve that, and you can do it. We don't have to get the county's approval because we're not a charter county.
Okay.
What you have to balance is the larger your CRA, that revenue no longer goes into the general fund, the new revenue. So where I came from, Newport Richie, they made their whole city CRA, and there was blight all over the city. They didn't realize they shot the general fund in the foot. So they have $4 million budget in the CRA, and the general fund doesn't grow at all. So we have to look at how much of the city do we want to incorporate. I agree that area we could use it.
I mean,
The challenge would
at
be,
least looking at and either, I'm not, you know, if you find that it's not doable.
Well, it's very doable.
Like that.
keep in mind, year one, there would be zero revenue.
Yeah.
So then year two, the only revenue would be any amount that the property value went up. So we might have a few $1,000s, you know, it would grow over time, and currently they limit CRAs, I think to 10 years. There's really been a pushback on CRAs. So it's very possible if you give me that direction, we'll start that process.
But how far would we go out, Commissioner?
Well, I think right now, tonight, we need to
Not
focus
part of
on.
it, yeah,
I understand, but I don't want us to get down.
Yeah, I'd like to explore that.
Sure, it's very possible.
So right now, I'd like to go ahead and, adopt the CRA budget and recommendation for, approval to the city commission.
Okay, do I have a second?
I second it.
Do we have any further discussion, commissioners?
I have a suggestion for a couple of items that I think we should be funding, and we could, fund either totally out of, well, the CRA or share it, between the general fund budget and the CRA. The one is, especially in light of our discussion, that we should pull funds from each CRA and supplement from the general budget for a grant writer. I mean, we talked about the great needs that we have, and not sufficient funds really to implement them. As well, we may need funds to implement the master plan. So, and my thought was, we don't usually spend, I mean, there are some line items here that I don't think we will probably spend everything in, like repair and maintenance, advertising, from all three CRAs, and a grant writer would potentially, you know, be used for all three of them.
Let me ask you that while you're on that, so that we can, because we got a lot to cover.
Right.
So is that something that we could give him the approval for us to make a motion that he puts out? You put out an RFQ on that, correct? To
We're
try
talking
to
about a
find.
salary position or
No,
contractual position?
no, contractual.
And how much were you thinking, like, the contract would be?
Well, you had given me a figure before, and I don't remember what it was. What would you recommend?
I've never hired a grant writer, but, you were hired a grant writer, contractual?
And what are we looking at?
Retainer cost?
Oftentimes, it depends too on the grant, they're looking.
Is a grant.
Yeah, it's a
Incorporated in the
percentage.
same,
Yeah.
What's a retainer? You need a retainer.
Okay, so I would recommend that we try to find $30,000 to contract with a grant writer. It's possible that East Citizens might be offering that service now, I'm not sure. But, we need something that helps us, to look for available monies to restore these buildings in our CRA. Cause we've got needs there. I mean, if you look at the Main Street analysis that we did when we made the application, it talks about 90% vacancy on the second floors. There is money available somewhere, for housing, we just don't know where it is, and for housing rehabilitation, that'd be one thing a grant writer could look for. I mean, we don't know what's out there, you said you don't have time to look. So I think now is the time. No one on staff has time to look, to pay someone to look for it.
Okay, so that would be something, can we take that up as soon as we're done with this budget? I don't think we can put that into this budget, but he can put out an RFQ and then we can make a budget adjustment.
We can make a budget adjustment.
Yes.
Okay, would that require an ordinance?
The adjustment was
Yes.
budget adjustment, yeah. But we plan to do one when we know the actual carry forward. I always ask you to come back and adjust it so we have an actual figure. Because right now we're projecting the
We
carry
usually do
forward.
that in November, don't we? I thought we did that in November.
Last year wasn't ready until April,
Okay,
so,
not one year we did in November.
yeah.
Well, we could do it sooner, so,
As soon as we
okay.
have, but we can put out the RFQ, find out what it's gonna cost us.
Fine.
Right, and, then for the CRA, the other issue is, I don't know, we're listed on the Florida Trust for Historic Preservation as a member. We were a member. I was told we haven't paid any dues recently.
I can look into that.
You can, I looked up the membership categories, basic is 95. There's a mid-level for $250, and if you pay $800, then you, get one feature in their online magazine, and you get a discount on advertising.
Okay. Is that all that you want to do, as your suggestions for the CRA at this time?
Yes.
Okay,
We have a membership line, we can cover that.
we've got that in the membership. Okay, so is there any other discussion on this at this time?
So would membership cover just the lower level, or would it actually extend to the, higher level?
Probably the 250.
Okay, because then you don't get the feature, but, whatever, we should probably be a member.
Okay, at this time, I'm gonna open it up for public comment. Do we have, any public comment on this? And this is again on the CRA budget for the Central, North, and South CRA. The
Does that
sites,
include repairs?
and the CRA, within the CRA. That's repairs, CRA this way, this
Well,
way.
is John Tatum's property?
No,
See,
Oh,
no.
no.
No, it's not.
That'll come up under a better place.
That's under a better
It'll be on the
place.
screen.
He's on better
We've
place.
included that project in the budget.
Yeah.
So do we have any comments on this budget, Mr. Brady? With that, Karen, if you would do a roll call for us, please.
Yes, so what exactly is the status? I asked for Florida Trust membership and as well that we do a RFQ for a grant writer. Are we agreeing to that, or?
We're gonna have to have, it's gonna be under a separate, that's gonna be under a separate motion that you can make right after we approve this. Because remember, we said once he figures out how much that's going to be, then he can amend the budget, appropriately.
Okay, but I thought you said that Florida Trust membership could be included under.
We have enough in the line.
We have, it's in the membership, it would be under membership.
Okay, so can I move to amend the adoption of the CRA budget to include membership in Florida Trust?
So you wanna make an amendment, so we're gonna have an amendment on the motion, so you're amending that we include that in the membership line, correct?
Yes.
Okay, do I have a second to her amendment? She's adding, she just wants to make sure, to clarify that amount is part of the membership. Yes, sir, so I just need a second to her amendment, okay? All in favor of, this amendment, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, opposed, nay. Okay, so it passes, so now we're back to our original motion. We have a motion and a proper second. Karen, would you please do roll call?
Commissioner DeVito.
Aye.
Commissioner Banks.
Aye.
Commissioner Burton.
Aye.
Mayor Myers.
Aye. Okay, that's adopted and recommended to the, commission.
And we want a motion to issue an RFQ.
She wants to do a motion. Do you want to do a motion to issue an RFQ?
Yes, I move that, we direct the city manager to issue an RFQ for a contracted grant writer, for, topics to be determined by the commission. So, and that could be funded partially from the CRA and partially from the general fund budget.
I don't know that, I don't want to interrupt you, but I am, I don't know that we want to be, I think if we're gonna do a grant writer, we're gonna ask them to look at everything and then
Yeah.
bring back to us.
Yeah.
But not target necessarily, they need to do everything they can find if we're gonna pay them for that, correct?
Right, that's
Okay,
why
your
that
motion
should be,
said targeted for what the commission, that's how I heard it.
well, typically when you, right, but typically you give them some idea of what your priorities are. So that they would like, that's my understanding, they want you to give them some direction,
Okay,
so that they're not bringing you things you're not interested in.
okay, so we have a motion, we have a second.
I second.
We have a motion, we have a second. I do want to add that it would be important to me that we not just put it out there for $30,000 for a grant writer, there has to be some incentives for that.
Well, we know
Yeah.
the dollar figure on it.
Okay, because there needs to be some incentives.
Most of the time, the incentive is the 10% that Mr. Walker said they
Yeah.
get.
They get a percentage, they get a
When they get
percentage
the
of
grant.
the
And that's
grant,
normally how they pay,
the awarded grant, yeah.
not $30,000.
That's how Fox works, we work with them.
Yeah, and that's the way most of them work.
Okay, we have a motion and a second, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay, okay, so moved. At this time, I'm gonna close out CRA.
Have something to say before we close it out, quickly. So looking at our CRA, this is CRA meeting, now's the time to say it. I think we've made a lot of progress, a lot of good progress, we're putting a lot more attention to it, as the city manager has pointed out. But I also think that we need to, have some particular goals and objectives and an action plan. And also try to coordinate that better with the Main Street program. I've been looking at, some Main Streets and some CRAs, and they seem to do that. So I think we need to, in future meetings, look at, aligning our purposes, setting some priorities of whatever it is, activities we want to do, but to target things for economic redevelopment in a more strategic way. And as well, where was my thought on that? Oh, very important. When I happen to have a conversation with Christina or the city manager, I find out more in those individual conversations than I do just in the monthly report. And so what I'm getting towards is, it would be helpful if we found out every month how many business inquiries or contacts, why did somebody come, how many people were interested in coming in here? Why was it, and if they didn't come, why didn't they come? Because I think that would help us figure out, where do we need to spend money? Why aren't people coming? What can we do to get them to come? For example, we could, we don't have built out space. Do we need to look for a grant to build out space? So I guess what I'm saying is, we need to know more from the city staff, just in summary. It doesn't have to be the name of the business, but just this kind of business wanted to come here, and just a little ditty, so that we know what activity is out there. And so maybe then we can figure out things to do to address it.
Thank you.
Mayor will have a draft of the vision and master plan, by the beginning of November, that P and Z and the commission will review at public hearings.
Okay,
And it's also, we're updating the redevelopment plan, so we'll have those plans that you're talking about, in the next few months.
okay. Anything else?
Yeah,
I'm sorry, I'm just, we're
Yeah, no, I know we're
we're
short of
on,
time.
tonight's a budget night, and we've got a lot of things still to cover, and this is something that,
It's important because we're doing the master plan process, but it still doesn't tell us, you know, who wants to come here, who doesn't want to come here, and why.
okay, thank you. With that, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna close out our CRA and open up, back up our commission meeting, our regular commission meeting, and we're gonna move on to, resolution 2023-10.
The resolution of the Commission of the City of Crescent City, Florida, adopting the millage rate for tax year 2024.
Mayor, the millage rate we're proposing is 8.5914 mills per $1,000 of taxable value. This represents a 5.37% increase over the rollback rate, which would have been 8.1537. Staff recommends approval.
Okay. Commissioners, can I entertain a motion?
This is the same as Ben.
This is the tentative rate you set.
The understanding, so just so for clarification, this is the same that has been for year after year after year after year. What changes is the valuation of the properties. So as the properties increase, that's why we see a dollar increase, because we have applied the same millage rate year after year after year.
Okay, so I move that we adopt resolution number 2023-10, adopting millage for the tax year 2024.
Okay, thank you. Do I have a second?
I move.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Commissioners, do we have any discussion?
I just have one question about the second whereas clause.
Yes,
The
ma'am.
second one, yes, where it says, and this was at the July 13th meeting, it says a motion was made and duly seconded that the city of Crescent City adopt the maximum millage rate of whatever, 8.5914. I mean, is that the right way to say it? We set the maximum millage rate, but we didn't.
How would you like to
adopt
change
it.
that? Would you like to
I don't
change
know,
that verbiage?
asking Bobby, as well. Didn't we set a maximum millage rate at that meeting, but we
Yes.
didn't adopt it?
Where are you looking from?
The second paragraph.
We're getting the second whereas, after due consideration, a motion was made and duly seconded that the city of Crescent City adopt the millage rate of 8.5914 per 1,000 of taxable value regarding ad valorem
Where's
taxes.
this one at?
But
We probably didn't get the corrected one, Bobby.
No, this is the, I don't see.
Yeah.
Yeah, maximum.
Everybody should have got the corrected one on their desk.
So what happened at that meeting is we had to set the millage rate at the maximum amount that we would go to. We could lower that, but we could not go over that.
right, but that's what I'm saying is we didn't adopt the millage rate, we set the maximum millage rate.
Okay, so you want to change that for to set, so,
If you think that's the right, reflects the correct thing. Yes, actually, here, in the minutes say we set the maximum millage rate. We didn't actually, now we're adopting it.
okay,
So in the second paragraph, the second line, where it says of Crescent City, it should strike the word adopt and put the word set.
okay.
So now what we're doing today is we're adopting it.
So I have a motion and a second, so I need that motion, to the changes. Does you want to change your motion to the changes?
Commissioner DeVito, the motion.
Okay,
Yes, so, with basically to adopt resolution number 2023-10 with the change in the second paragraph, second line, replacing the word adopt with set.
okay,
That reflects what we did in July.
okay. Any further discussion on this?
We need another second.
Oh, we do. Who seconded that? You seconded, okay. Okay, so we've got a motion and a second. Do we have any public input on this? No public input in sites?
Yes.
Okay, so I need you, if you have something, please. And I'm sorry, we've got a lot to move through
If the whereas is gonna be changed, then the now therefore needs to be changed to reflect the same wording.
I didn't hear you, honey.
Oh.
Sorry.
If the whereas in the second paragraph is going to be changed, the wording needs to be changed in the now therefore also. The verb is changed.
No, I don't think so. This is why. What the whereas clause is trying to say that it didn't correctly say, it's trying to say that in July, we set the maximum millage rate.
No,
The rest of it is correct because we are now establishing the actual millage rate. We are now adopting it. There's a formality that we do in July so that this is how I
it's
understand
required, it's required.
it. So the tax
So we
assessor
can do this assessment.
and send out trim notices. We have to let them know what the max is. That's all we did. So in other words, we're just correcting paragraph 2 to say accurately what we did. And then, so everything else should be right. Okay, no problem.
Okay. Anybody else? Any other speakers? Okay, I'm gonna close public comment. Commissioners, we have a proper motion and a second. Karen, if you'll do a roll call for us, please.
Commissioner DeVito?
Aye.
Commissioner Banks?
Aye.
Commissioner Burton?
Aye.
Mayor Myers?
Aye. Okay. So adopted. Okay. We're gonna move on to ordinance, 2023-11.
An ordinance of the city of Crescent City, Florida, amending the schedule fees to be charged by the city of Crescent City for noise, natural gas, general reproduction services, business tax receipts, planning and zoning, special events, parks, code enforcement, water, wastewater, providing for repeal of prior fee ordinances and resolutions in conflict, severability, and ineffectivity.
Mayor, this item is some more catch-up. This is something that's typically done every year in municipalities. They adopt the fee schedule, re-adopt it every single year. It's the opportunity for staff and requesting changes for the commission to changes. This reflects changes you've made over the year. What I did in your cover memo is I pulled out the new items we're asking you about. And this is hard to read on the screen, but you have it. So in our gas department, we've talked for a while about increasing our charges for service. We're not currently covering our costs. So the service charge from $75 to $85, after hours labor from $112.50 to $127.50 per hour. Small gas service from $400 to $800. A new large gas service requiring meter installation from $500 to $1,500. Again, these are because of the cost of the equipment to us. A new customer deposit rental from 75 for a rental for 75 to 100. An extra person, 35 from 20 to 35. Gas rate residential minimum from 15 to 18, and gas rate commercial minimum from 18 to 20. The business tax receipts, you approved those increases some time ago. This one we showed them here was $35. You approved a 5% increase each year with a cap of $50. So this 5% would bring it to $36.75.
It's my understanding that 5% is what's required by statute.
That's the maximum.
That each year, okay.
The maximum we're allowed to increase that. Next one you can't read on the screen, but in your packet you'll see the water tie-in fee is from $400 to $500. These are water fees. 450, a 1 inch from 450 to 600, a 1.5 inch from 750 to 900, a 2 inch from 875 to 1,000, and 4 inch and 6 inch would be on a cost basis. The sewer tie-in fee from $500 to $800. And then the water rates, these are what were approved when we did the water study. You approved a 15% increase. We increased them at that time, and then again now for the year. There is an error in the outside city water limit rates. In those rates, the
Recalculate those, you mean recalculate
I recalculated those. It's not 356, it's 328. Then up to 9,000 gallons instead of 448, it's 412. Up to 15,000 gallons instead of 536, it's 493. Up to 20,000 gallons instead of 626, it's 576. And over 20,000 gallons instead of 640, it's 589. We did the math.
Already done savings.
Then sewer rates reflect, this is the 5% increase you approved previously, showing you those. Those are the only changes. Everything else in the ordinance is our existing rate structure, just reflected and essentially adopted by you.
As I look through this ordinance, I just wonder right here, it says on your first whereas, the city commissioners for the city, I wonder if we should just go ahead, because we refer to it later, the city commission for the city of Crescent City, Florida. So as we make your motion, please consider that if everyone is,
You're looking at me to make the motion.
no, I said as you make, if someone makes the motion, that's the only thing that I would. Okay, can I, entertain a motion? Entertain a motion, please.
Personally, I would really like to defer my motion would be to defer it for approval to the October meeting. I think we have a lot to do here, and I don't know, I just think this is overload.
How about we study, I mean, we talked about these, and these are the recommendations based on the studies that were done, the water rate study and.
Yeah, with the exception of the gas, and Dave's talked to us about that, his parts and labor is more than we're charging, so we're losing money each time.
Yeah, we start by several occasions. I'd like to make a motion.
So, wait a second, let me ask her first if she's making a motion, I thought, did you make a motion to defer? Okay,
Or what is she thinking?
okay,
Sure.
okay, I need a motion, please.
I'll make a motion to, go ahead and, approve ordinance 2023-11.
I second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second, commissioners, do we want to, have any discussion, do we have any discussion on this? You good? Okay, I'm gonna open it up for public comment, do we have any public comment on this?
BJ Laurie, 505 Magnolia Avenue. And I brought this to Charles' attention earlier this week. According to the ordinance, when we raise the water and wastewater rates, I mean, this just might be semantics, but it says in here that it would increase every year. It says the above listed rates in subsection B1, B2, B3 shall increase by 15% in 2024 and by 5% each year thereafter, ending in 2032. It doesn't say fiscal year 2024, it just says 2024. So you're increasing it for fiscal year 2024, but, you just increased these rates in March that hit everybody with them. And the other thing is that increasing the minimum rate on gas, that affects everybody. And you guys just did that like a year and a half ago. So we're bumping it up again, and I just don't think that you guys are paying attention to the fact that you're just increasing our rates every single year without really any discussion of it.
Thank you,
Did you,
Well, I believe the study was referencing fiscal years, that's how we work. So we represent each fiscal year.
so we could, be that specific and say fiscal year. Okay.
But he's saying we already passed the ordinance that did not say fiscal year. I think that was BJ's point, that we would raise it on an annual basis. And so, I mean, essentially to me, we have an automatic, number one, there's, the proximity in time, does it say this would be effective immediately?
That was October 1.
Yeah.
October 1 with the fiscal year. So, and
It's just given that we work on a fiscal year, so everything we do is usually, it's done on a fiscal year, so,
Now it's the discussion, we will raise it when we passed it, and then next October, so it will go up again.
okay.
but did we, okay, and BJ's pointing out that we're raising our minimum gas fee, our minimum gas charge every month. And
Our
we,
gas rate minimum,
pardon?
our gas rate minimum,
Yes, and so, but for water and sewer, we voted to have an automatic increase. We didn't vote that for gas, did we?
we did not, and we did not get information back on the per therm rate study we were hoping for. We didn't get that in time, so we didn't include that.
Right, well,
So what we could do is we could, approve everything else and those gas rates, we could take those out until, and for further discussion.
That's up to you. This is Dave's recommendation.
That's Dave's recommendation. Okay.
But how's that gonna react? How's that gonna work, doing it that way?
You know, one thing that we tend to forget though is, our gas company, we kind of hold that up with our, general taxes, don't we?
Yeah.
And so, I brought this up, a couple of years ago, really, that the city, pays the city taxes, and those taxes are holding up our gas company. So the people really that are outside the city that use the gas and everything, they don't pay that. You know, we have another, I think they're behind, or they were behind at the time that I brought it up. We injected it with $90,000 of general tax to make them solvent or make them equal. And I don't know what it was this year. But
No, we haven't borrowed money again, but they borrowed, like $80,000.
yeah, about $80,000.
To make their laundry market.
And so, okay, that's good to hear that we haven't borrowed any money.
Yeah.
But that's why it seems like, we're boom, 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 raising these things so quickly, but they have to stand on their own feet. And, they're enterprises that have to stand on their own feet, and they really haven't done it for quite some years. We're finally getting there. But unfortunately, nothing was in place to bring it along as things got more expensive and things got, throughout the years, nothing was there. Right now, we're putting some things in place that will automatically, bring those costs along and keep ahead of the game, at least we hope.
So we currently don't have, let me just make, just for reference, residents living outside the city that have our gas services, they're charged the same as residents living inside the city for gas services. Gas,
Actually, I don't know, I have to find out.
okay. So this is something that, as far as this gas portion,
but Mayor, my concern is that you pay for the gas you use. This is saying that basically, just for being a gas customer, regardless of the amount of gas you use, your bill is going to increase by $3 a month or $36 a year. In addition to your garbage fee is going to go up as well. I don't know, I mean, I understand Commissioner Burke's concern, we're all concerned about the enterprise department standing on their own, but we didn't get there overnight, and as well, to me, the solution for the gas department is, for us to have more residents in Crescent City and more gas customers, because that will help gas and water and sewer. And I hate to try to balance the whole thing on people, basically we're saying, okay, you're a gas customer, I don't care how much you use, you're gonna get a bill every month, not for 15, but for 18, which is $36 a year.
okay. So I think that's probably what we should do at this time, if the commission so chooses, is that we strike those two, the gas rate.
So we have a motion, right?
We have a motion.
Right, so
What exactly do you want me to take out of your?
the residential and commercial rate minimums, that's the monthly minimum of the base rate.
And then
Yes.
the gas.
For the base rate,
Right,
The two base rates for the gas, residential and commercial,
yes.
you would have to remove that. Unless somebody wants to make an amendment on her motion, that might be the easier thing to do. If
Okay.
somebody wants to amend that motion, we can do that.
Sure, I would like to amend Commissioner Burton's very fine motion, to remove, from the,
Schedule A.
Schedule A,
Schedule B, rather, the gas.
Schedule B, oh, thank you, there it is. The gas rate residential minimum increase and the gas rate commercial minimum increase. So the current amount of base rate would then stay the same at 15 residential and 18 commercial.
Okay, can I get a second?
I second it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any more discussion on this before, on this amendment? Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, so we're gonna go back to our original motions. No, me nays.
Nay.
Okay, one nay. Sorry about that, Karen.
Hey, we gotta break it up a little bit, right?
So the amendment passes. And so we're back to our original motion that has, through this amendment, has removed, gas rate residential minimum and commercial minimums. Okay, any further discussion on this? Okay, I'm gonna open it up for public comment. Do we have any public comment? Besides,
I don't have to answer.
that's good to know.
So the rest of us are just
Yeah, no, no,
under the bus.
yeah.
The rest of us are just under the bus.
Okay, I'm gonna close public comment. Karen, would you please do a roll call?
Commissioner Burton,
What am I,
this is for the.
This is on the motion.
Your new motion.
no, the motion as amended.
The motion as amended.
You made the motion. We voted to take out the two little thingies, but so it's the main motion.
I second it.
So you say no to
I
the,
say no to taking it out.
okay?
You already did that.
You already did.
You already said
I
that.
should have said
So what you're voting on now
I just
is
wanna make sure.
the motion you made includes everything, but the rest of the commission took those two out. And that would be under further discussion.
No.
Okay?
Commissioner Banks,
Aye.
Commissioner I'm sorry, Commissioner DeVito,
Aye.
Mayor Myers.
Aye. Okay. So adopt.
And
Thank you,
then
Mayor.
first reading, so it comes back.
First reading, it'll come back to us. Are you bringing this back to us on the 28th?
Yes.
So it'll come back to us on the, in September, the next, in 2 weeks.
Okay,
We have to approve the budget, so it'll come back and the budget comes back.
got it.
Okay, so we've got ordinance 2023-12,
That is to be budget, right?
the budget. Commissioner Pickens, if you would read that for us, please.
Mayor,
Yes.
And an ordinance providing for approving and fixing the budget, setting the millage levy at 8.5914, allowing for general operations of the city and its various departments, approving and fixing budgets for special funds and debt service for the fiscal year beginning October 1, 2023, and ending September 30th, 2024.
Okay. I'm gonna, if you want to, Commissioner Burton had asked if she could step out for just a second.
Do you want me to wait or go on into mine?
Why don't you wait, this is, she should be right back. Maybe.
Depends on what you have to ask.
Not everybody's as fortunate as you are.
Well, I would like someone to congratulate me. I remember to put my phone on silent before the mayor ever opened the meeting by banging the gavel. Just, I was not fooling around with my phone, trying to put it on silent. And Commissioner Banks, his phone has not rung one time. Doing well.
Congratulations to both of you. Thank you. I'll take it. I wouldn't hold up for this, except for this is a very important component.
While we're waiting, I'm having trouble finding the page with the place plan budget and the main budget. You direct me to that, my eyes are starting to glaze over.
The spreadsheet, you mean?
What, actually in the main budget, the one we're actually gonna pass, or anything will do. I'm not sure it's spreadsheet, I might actually find it. It's in your
CRA,
CRA.
there's our CRA.
Yeah, after the PowerPoint is the general fund spreadsheet, it's 17 pages. And then, there's the water fund. And then the wastewater fund. Then the gas fund.
I just looked at it, and now I can't find it.
And then right under gas, it says discretionary fund, that's the better place.
Okay, is there a page number on that?
No, unfortunately,
Okay.
And again, as we bring this forward, I know we've talked about this before, and sometimes it would be helpful if we could have a page number.
what number did, like the
Yeah,
general fund is 417.
that's all that.
Right, separate printout.
We have some page numbers that.
Okay, this just reflects the data on the rollback rate and the current millage rate, 5.37% is the difference. You can see that if we had gone to rollback rate, which means our revenue would be the same, we'd have to cut $269,000 out of this budget, which would be really, we'd have to cut positions to do something like that. So this represents the revenue sources. You see mostly it's ad valorem taxes, and the second is what we call intergovernmental. Those are those fund transfers from the administrative transfers from the enterprise funds and the CRA. Our general fund budget, this is how our expenditures break out. Largest, of course, like in any city, is law enforcement. And then after that, there's our finance, and then utility billing and city manager's office. So this is our last year, the current year, we're finishing up what we budgeted we budgeted at the beginning of the year, and then what we're asking for this year. You can see our revenue has increased to the fund, and then for the audience sake, for the general fund, we always budget as if there's nothing left over. So we don't have, we don't count on, this commission has required us to keep a $1 million fund balance. So anything over that, we can add in, but we don't know what that amount is until, we finish the audit and we find out. So last year, what I asked you for was I would need $30,000 of fund balance to balance the budget. And I don't believe we ended up using that. I think on the most recent report, we're estimating it will be a couple $100,000 unspent, but we never know until it's done and audited. This year, we're asking for zero of that fund balance. So something I mentioned, when we figure out how much over that million we had left in fund balance, it could go to things like a grant writer, or talk about the impact fee study, other things that we had to forego in the budget process. Anything over that $1 million becomes fair game. So you can see each of the departments, most of them went up a little bit. I want to point out Parks and Rec went down because we had a FERDAP grant in there last year. We closed that out, so that's why that one actually went down. And then other government general, which we now calling City Hall, we're trying to, every year I try to trim that down. That's kind of general shared expenses, and when we find something that should actually be in a department, we move into that department to trim that down. So our water utility fund, last year we budgeted to zero. Again, this fund should profit. This is an enterprise fund, but we do everything we can to clip and snip and cut and get it down to zero rather than in the red. We were able to add a position. And the way we did that was it's paid 1/3 out of water, 1/3 out of wastewater, and 1/3 out of our streets, which is the general fund, because that position works in all three of those areas. If you know Ronnie Grant, we're going to train someone to know his duties. He does cutoffs, repairs in water, he does it in wastewater, and he works in streets and parks. So we were able to fund a position by sharing the burden between water, wastewater, and the general fund, because wastewater is in a little better shape than the general. This is the wastewater. You can see last year we anticipated adding to the fund balance by 119,000. I'm not sure, we don't know yet how we did. This year, it looks like we would add 58 almost $59,000 to the fund balance for the wastewater utility fund, so it's in a little better shape.
Wait, could I ask a question before I get too far? So you mentioned the shared position
Yes,
and to learn what Ronnie Grant does.
yes.
And again, what exactly does he do?
Everything.
Well, Ronnie is our public works supervisor.
That's what I wanted to, right, and so is this the position, sorry, that you talked about in anticipation of some employees retiring?
Exactly. We have several employees of retirement age or nearing retirement age. Mr. Grant, we really wanted to focus more on streets and parks because he gets pulled off of that to when a line breaks or there's a cut meter problem or any water or wastewater issues. So this will provide him with some assistance, to train this person, and allow him to dedicate more time streets and parks.
Okay, and which department does Cecil work in?
He's in the streets.
He's in streets, not parks.
Correct.
Okay, but isn't he the one with the horticulture knowledge?
I don't know.
Could be.
Could be.
Okay, so he only works in the streets.
No, he works in the
Well-
parks, he does the parks.
The lines are blurred. They mows the parks and he mows. That's his main thing, and street sweeper.
But that's how he's funded out of streets.
He's funded out of streets.
Okay.
That's what we have to be, yeah, he's parks and streets, I believe, but he's funded out of streets.
Yeah, we all work together.
Everybody does a little bit of everything, but, Ronnie gets pulled off, like Ronnie, he shuts off all the water, doesn't he?
He does the
The
shut-offs.
shut-offs and the shut-on and the reactivations or the new activations.
Okay.
So this is our gas utility fund. Again, we're showing a little addition to the fund balance. We don't know how we did this year yet. And again, we were able to add a position to this because we have 3 out of 4 of the gentlemen in this department are retirement age. And so we've got to start training some folks to take over the responsibility when the time comes. And we've actually this year we created solid waste. It came up in our, actually, Mr. Miller brought up a good point. We pull solid waste out of the water to get a better look at water. So this is solid waste. This is essentially a pass-through. The revenue includes a $2 per customer admin fee. And then that's transferred to the general fund, so it's a wash and that fund doesn't accumulate a fund balance. And then our Better Place plan, this is our the new revenue. This is what we anticipate will be left at the end of the month, in the fiscal year, to give us this total to work with for next year. And so that's what we work with on our workshops. I did remove the funding, the impact fee. Mr. Lloyd brought to my attention that really the statute doesn't allow for a plan like that to be funded, so I took that out. This is the North Lake Street Stormwater, Mr. Tatum's project.
Mr. Tatum's project, this size.
I did add another 10,000 in there, just in case, because we're still tweaking that design to see if we can do it better. But it increased the contingency to 81. It was, I think, about like $20,000 or $30,000. So now it's $81,820 to do these. The items like the trucks, the trencher, the sewer jet, and so forth. What we're looking for, these are not to exceed numbers. The guys told me today they found a truck for $31,000. So part of this approval will be these numbers not to exceed, so they can go ahead and make these purchases when they find them. They can jump on. They found a truck with only about 30,000 miles that another city is selling, and it's a fraction of this. It's almost half that cost. So those items, the restrooms at Culver Park, that's a whole design process. That'll be months in the works. This project, we want to move forward on that, the North Lake Street Stormwater Project. Finalize that and then put it out to bid. And then the renovation of the aerator and the power vent, easy vent for the storage tank, those are water plant improvements. We want to get on those. I think in this fund, we don't currently have any project on the horizon. The finance offices are vacant behind you. And we're not really sure how we're going to renovate those, but that money will be there. And then we really want to get the gazebo cleaned and painted before the holiday season. And then, so this shows all the funds, and I tweaked it from what's in your package, just so that the CRA and Better Place just showed, new revenue. I want to show that increase. And Better Place kind of, had a dip there. You can see the other funds are the general fund, natural gas grew a little bit, and wastewater grew a little bit. And then reserves, you capped them at $1 million, so that flattened out. And then this, I know you can't read it, it's in your packet. This is the CIP, so if you zoom in, it's the same one you approved last year, but we added, should you approve it tonight, the fire hydrant, service and replacement in this fiscal year would be approximately $229,000. And we added all these grants that we've been awarded, for these water projects, these water main replacements. This $7.3 million, Florida Gas has applied for a grant for us on our behalf. We put it in there in case we get the grant. So this is the year coming up, the 24 fiscal year. And then we did not get awarded the MSCOP grant, paved dirt roads, so we pushed that to next year. We'll apply again for those funds. So that's the budget summary. I'll be happy to answer any specific questions you have. Again, as I said, the items we weren't able to get to, once we know how much over $1 million may have in fund balance, we'll come back and ask you to utilize those funds.
I have a question. Okay. So, and Charles, I asked you this earlier. I noticed, we have the outstanding issue of reimbursement of legal fees for the commissioners who are the subject of recall. Do we need to budget for those, or when those come to a final conclusion, do we need to budget for them now?
Well, I did not include that in the legal budget line. I couldn't to make it balance the budget. You see, legal is, for the audience sake, your $50,000. That's the same as last year. We estimate those, the recall costs to be about $30,000 to the city.
Right.
And so when that comes to you in October, likely it'll come to you in October, we'll either ask for reserves, pay that out of reserves, or we pay it out of the legal fund, and then once we sort out the fund balance, we can make a part of the budget amendment would be to fund that department to cover that.
Okay,
When we do it,
And we budget amendment, yeah.
because there's a separate line item that's now zero, because it really shouldn't come out of, I don't know. But anyway, so you're saying we don't have to do that now, we can provide for that, for the budget amendment?
Yes.
Okay.
No, I'm not saying we can provide for that, but the budget amendment, he says we can provide for that when it comes up in October. And then can later, if we
We'll do a budget amendment.
we'll do a budget amendment to accommodate for for our legal counsel.
Right, but I'm saying it's not required for us to take action today to go a specific amount of budget, because if we need to, if it is, then we should do it. All right,
Well, it is, but.
Well, you could just direct me to use $30,000 of reserves. Like last year, you approved $30,144,
Right.
and then we didn't use it.
well, that was my suggestion, that we just go ahead and add that. We're not saying we pay them, but we're putting them in the line item so that they're there. Does that make sense?
It's up to the commission. That's your
That would be up to, yeah, that will put us 30,000, I just.
Right, well, I guess could we move to, take 30,000 from reserves for the payment of outside legal fees, and with the money to be replaced from carryover if available?
From fund balance.
You could do that when you request the funds, correct? Couldn't you ask for those to come out of reserves at that time, so we don't mess with this current budget?
We could.
Okay, well,
You see what,
yes, whatever.
can you be reimbursed with anything that's carried over? Yes, Commissioner Banks?
We don't know where you're gonna stop at.
Well, yeah.
That's true, okay, so we'll wait until we have a better figure. Okay, that's,
We don't know where you're gonna stop at.
okay, and then, I have a request, for an allocation from the ARPA fund over and above what we did. And that is, that we set aside out of, I think it's $128,000 of our funds. Is that what we have that's unallocated?
Out of the economic development portion, I did give you a spreadsheet on ARPA funds, by the way.
Right. Okay, well, out of undesignated ARPA funds.
Okay, what would you like to see?
Right, that we designate up to $10,000 for a contract, with an appropriate entity for a social worker to assist us with homeless persons in Crescent City. And I do that for a very specific reason. We have, you heard Ms. Hickman who spoke earlier today. We have quite a few people who are homeless, and the experience that we had with the gentleman in the wheelchair, he was assisted by a volunteer, retired social worker. That was probably the most motivating and helpful. Many of these people need a social worker both to counsel them and also to find out, do they have an ID? Do they have access to their basic benefits? What benefits are they eligible for? $10,000 would be a fund to help us provide those services. I've talked to the head of the United Way in Gainesville. She's willing to help us find someone to contract with. Because this is getting to be a very bad situation, and I will tell you right now that volunteers cannot solve this problem. You need somebody who's got the abilities to do it. I mean, to do the counseling and to navigate the system and ask the right questions. And then we would probably have to provide some funds for incidentals, but we don't have enough money to provide money for housing. So it would just be.
No, we don't have, no,
Right.
that's not,
So you're gonna reduce the amount we're paying for the fire hydrants by $10,000, then?
No, we still had $128,000 of undesignated money, do we not?
Of the economic development money.
Yes, and this has a huge impact on economic development.
this would be though, if you do that, sounds to me like that would be a reoccurring cost.
No.
A one time to come in and try to do it, and then what happens next year when we have
Okay.
5 more homeless?
Well,
And what happens when you take the person to a CALA, fix them up?
Do what?
I'm just putting it in kind of a nutshell, that they managed to get him in pretty good shape and he's back. They took him up to St. Augustine, they managed to get him in pretty good shape and he's back.
Exactly.
So it's a reoccurring problem. So therefore, I believe that, the mayor is kind of right, you'd have to have a reoccurring program for those, like a constant program.
No, this is not, what has happened is that, he doesn't have this particular person. If you have a caseworker who can stick with someone and instead of finding a Band-Aid, find a more permanent solution and give them counseling, it would help tremendously. And this person is just one example, there are more. I understand what the mayor means about, well, do we need to do this, year after year? The idea is, no, we don't, this is ARPA money, it will be.
No, exactly, you
Right.
can't do it.
Exactly, I understand, I'm getting to that part. So it will be good for fiscal year 23, into 24. The continuum of care in Gainesville, has a new attention to the problems of the rural counties, and as well, we have a new county commissioner who is on the board of the continuum of care and is very interested in bringing services to the rural counties. And we have the opportunity as well, and this is like a pilot and a gap, filling a gap. Hopefully, after 2024, the continuum of care and the county will take this up. And if it doesn't do any good, you would only spend the money if you are using the services. And if it doesn't do any good, we'll know that it didn't work. If it does good, we'll have an example of a service that we need provided.
I think this, it's my recommendation, this is gonna require, additional discussion. And those ARPA funds are still gonna be there, and so that's not for right now for this budget discussion. I don't wanna get caught up in the weeds on on another situation that we have. I think that's gonna require some additional conversations.
Okay.
And I think that before we fund something for that, that we need to bring in some of these experts to come in and speak to us, possibly in a workshop setting, or we can even do it in a special meeting session. We've got the United Way in St. Augustine, you're dealing with the United Way over in
As mayor,
Gainesville.
you are looking at an expert. I'm not saying we don't need to hear from other people, but I've been doing this longer, and from establishing a homeless shelter, to doing point-in-time counts, to helping people privately on my own, to establishing.
Okay,
I'd like to call a question, please.
I know,
I
I'd like
understand,
to call a question, please. Could we have a?
I need a motion, you can't, because I don't have a motion on our
So we're
budget.
discussing this with no motion.
We're discussing this with no motion, I thought we were gonna get a motion, but we got into something different.
I thought we had one.
Not to approve the budget, I don't think we had a motion. Correct, Karen?
No,
There's no motion on the.
So I need a motion,
Okay. Well, I move.
and that's on me, because I thought when you started the discussion, you were gonna make the motion, and then we got into something else, so.
I will make a motion to approve ordinance 2023-12 to fix the budget for, the fiscal year beginning October 1st, 2023, and ending September 30th, 2024.
Okay,
Second.
we have a motion and a second, okay, commissioners, do we have any further discussion before I open it up for public comment on this?
Yes, so I'm recommending that we use our ARP funds, so that we take up to $10,000 for, social work services to assist in our homeless population, and as well, I would like to remove a couple of projects from the Better Place Plan budget, so that we have more of a reserve there.
I call the question.
We have a motion on the,
I call the question.
we have a
This is
motion,
for,
wait a second, everybody. We have a motion on the table right now with a second on this budget to approve the budget.
Right.
So we're in discussion. We've already talked about the homeless, the 10,000, and I thought we agreed that we would take that up at a different time when we had an opportunity to further study that. And so what do you want removed from the Better Place Plan? And you're gonna have to make an amendment, you're gonna have to amend the current motion.
Okay, so I would amend the current motion, to remove from the Better Place Plan funding.
Hold on one second, Charles, would you please bring up Better Place Plan? Okay,
To remove the city hall and annex renovations, and as well, I mean, this doesn't mean we couldn't fund them in the future, but to amend specifically the Culver Park restrooms. I think we need to stick with as much reserve as we can, because we still don't know what our future unexpected equipment needs will be. And we want to have some money left, to implement the master plan if we need to do so.
so you're making a motion, an amendment to the current budget to remove out of Better Place the Culvert Park bathrooms at 50,000 and the city hall renovations at 50,000.
Yes, at this time.
Do we have a second?
Okay.
Your amendment fails for lack of a second.
There we go.
Okay, so we're back to the original motion and the second. I'm gonna open it up for public comment at this time, if that's okay.
Just a spelling correction on Marcus Party. Party.
It is, yeah. And I saw that before and I apologize, I didn't say something.
Did we vote on that?
No, we haven't, yeah, but we're at public comment, we have to have public comment. Ms. Sykes, did you want to speak, because this is Mr. Tatum's, you said you wanted to speak with Mr. Tatum regarding the budget?
Common Sense, Crescent City, if that $150,000 or $130,000 includes the repairs to his property, then I don't have any further discussion, but I'd sure like to know when it's gonna be done, because that sewer's been,
Long before we were sitting here.
yeah, it's that, yeah.
This isn't the sewer, this is his drainage. This is his drainage, it's not the sewer.
Okay.
The sewer's okay, it's the drainage.
Is it budgeted to fix his drainage problem, so we don't have to?
In better place, that $130,000 is what we're doing. They've been studying this with the engineers and working with the engineers to try to find the best solution. Because it's not gonna only impact his property, but there's other properties that possibly could be impacted at the same time. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So yes, it's part of the budget for the 130, and that's specifically for that project.
And is there a time frame for that project?
Not yet, we have to put it up for bid and see what the contractor proposes as a schedule.
The engineers have been working on it.
We'll give them the green light on October 1, so.
I'm sorry?
It's finally coming. We gave up the swing sets and whatever for Culver Park to make it happen. It's gonna happen.
Well, that's good, because I don't know.
Okay. Do we have any other comments on the budget at this time? Any other public comments? Ms. Cooper, you're good? Okay.
George Miller, 100 Lakeshore Drive. Has anyone looked into the possibility of going to Ditch Witch and see if they would finance the purchase of that and the gas? Yeah, the trencher.
Actually, we're working with Ditch Witch, and actually the cost came in $8,000 less than the last time we got a bid on it, so.
It's not like the gas department is growing at an exponential rate. It's kind of like somebody buying $100,000 debt and just driving to church on Sunday. I mean, I'm all for saving all the money for future contingencies. You know, everything else, but I didn't know if anyone looked into that, see if Ditch Witch, they're a big company, they got a finance company, right? You know, just pay it on a monthly basis, or even at least, you know, where they can pay for it, the gas department can pay for it over a period of years. You know,
Look into it.
help the cash flow a little bit. Okay.
Thank you. Anybody else? Any other comments? Okay. Seeing nobody come forward, I'm gonna close public comment. Okay, commissioners, I'm gonna bring it back to us. We have this budget now. Let me just ask you a question, Mr. Brad. You have on this better place, like you said, and we discussed in the workshop, that, do we need to give you, do you want us after this to do something to give you a motion? I mean, to give you permission that if they find this truck, just like we could have saved $20,000 right there with the purchase.
But maybe we can include as part of the motion that we, on the vehicle, and putting these, first four items, that they find a good deal. This would be a not to exceed already, I think, as I mentioned, the trencher, I think it's about $80,000 is what he found. And we can go now, so that's kind of a,
There's a savings there already.
yes.
Mayor,
Yes.
I think that sounds like a good idea. I think we discussed it before, but to me, it should be a separate motion. And
That's what I'm asking is after that, after we do the budget, if we would do that. Okay, with that, I'm gonna go ahead and Karen, we're gonna do a roll call please on the budget.
Mayor, I have a question.
Yes.
For the city manager, do we have in this budget the $2,000 line item that we usually have for grants to local, to
Yes.
organizations? Okay, that's all I want to know. Thank you.
Commissioner DeVito?
Aye.
Commissioner Banks?
Aye.
Commissioner Burton?
Aye.
Mayor Myers?
Aye. So adopted.
Thank you.
Well, passed.
First
Until
reading.
First reading passed.
Halfway there. So the first business item is to set the trick or treat hours.
Okay, do I have a motion? Right now, the sheriff's department, let me just say this before we get started, the sheriff's department has trunk or treat starting from 6 to 8 is what they currently advertise. So, I need a motion for us to set our trick or treat times.
So I move that we set trick or treat times for Crescent City on October 31st, 2023 for the hours of 6 PM to 8 PM in the evening.
I second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. I don't know if 2 hours, I think before we've done 5 o'clock, you've got some little ones that sometimes like to come out earlier. I don't know if 2 hours,
What is the, what are your hours?
6 to 8.
6 to 8?
they said it from 6 to 8.
Yeah, 'cause I kind of agree. The little ones like to come out in the daylight a little bit. They don't.
I think people are ready for that. The idea mainly is the ending part. And by the way, the time doesn't change until November this year.
So it would be
I
from
think
5
it's
to,
okay.
Okay, all right.
I think it's okay. The little kids come when they come, and people who are going to accept them. I've never seen little kids turned away.
well, I think we need to, okay, I think we need to stick with whatever time we set, that's when the trick or treating should happen. So right now, we currently have a motion and a second from 6 to 8 for trick or treat. Yes, sir, what would you like to do?
Well, what about some of the other municipalities? What are their time? Did we check,
I don't know what
see
they
what,
do.
Park or?
Traditionally, they have done 6 to 8.
They all come here?
Yeah, they all come here.
Yeah, it's because they don't trick or treating real.
And they processed, last year, we processed, how many children did you estimate, and just in your area, was it 400 or 500?
529.
529? Okay, that's a lot for that 2 hour time span, that's just the ones that we were able to.
I think you better Volusia County, truckload of kids. So they really take.
Okay, so we currently have a motion for trick or treat, do we have any input on this from the, audience? Okay. Karen, would you do a roll call on that, please, from 6 to 8?
Commissioner Barton?
Aye.
Commissioner Banks?
Aye.
Commissioner DeVito?
Aye.
Mayor Myers?
Nay. Okay, so that's, so moved.
Next item, Mayor, is to finish my performance evaluation. We got into it last month and then ran out of time. Your scores, each commissioner turned in a tally sheet for me, 1 to 5 ranking. The 3, as I tell my staff, 3 means you're doing what we hired you to do. My average was 3.86, so a little bit above 3, which I appreciate. And requesting the same increase, 5% that I gave my staff.
And so, I move that we approve a salary increase for the city manager, of 5%. Or, starting, and that would be effective at the beginning of the fiscal year,
No, would be my anniversary date.
be retroactive to your anniversary date, and is there funding to support that?
There is.
Okay, retroactive to the anniversary date of,
I think it's
August
August 9th.
August 9th. Okay, August 9th.
I second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second, do we have any further discussion? Okay, all in favor, please say, all right, Karen, would you do a roll call on this one?
Commissioner DeVito?
Aye.
Commissioner Barton?
Aye.
Commissioner Banks?
Aye.
Mayor Myers?
Aye.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next item is the selection of a canvassing board alternate. Remember, we chose Commissioner DeVito, Vice Mayor Banks, and local resident Gary Hart for the canvassing board for the October 3rd special election. Now, given that the recalls have been thrown out, both the mayor and Commissioner Burton would be eligible to serve as an alternate as a canvassing board.
I have a question about that though. Okay, it's my understanding when the supervisor of elections was here, that he said a member of the canvassing board is not supposed to give money to any candidate, and I'm not sure about the rest of it. So I guess my question would be, are the mayor or Commissioner Burton, have you donated?
I'm not.
They're being refunded, we're not being given money.
No, she's talking about the campaign.
No, I'm saying
campaign.
You can't be on the canvassing.
I will go ahead and be the alternate, and suggest that I could be the alternate. I'd be happy to serve as the alternate.
Or would you like to replace Mr. Hart?
No, I'd like to be the alternate.
Okay.
Because, see, I have to get somebody to sit with my wife for the reason I can't participate in some things. So far, I got somebody who said that they would sit, when they leave from my church, and they would sit there with it till I come back from telling them that. Now, how long does it take?
How long was it last time, Karen, that the next Tuesday is the,
Next Tuesday, it's at 1:30, and it's usually an hour, hour and a half, depending on if anybody has any questions, or if the machine is, something's wrong with the machine. That does not include drive time. So you're looking at 3 hours.
Would you like to be the alternate?
Let me be open. I got a sick wife and I just can't I pay somebody,
Sure.
like tonight, pay somebody.
Okay, so Commissioner Banks would like to be the alternate and the mayor will be, so Mayor, would you like to make a motion?
Yeah, and that's the 19th, is that correct,
That
Karen?
is the 19th at 1:30,
Okay.
at the supervisor elections office.
Okay.
And then there's,
There's 2 other dates after that, and I can email you them. One of them's gonna be October 3rd.
that's the election,
The election night.
that's here, obviously.
Yeah, that is definitely here, and the other one I believe is October
a
9th.
week later, right?
Yeah, so I think it's a week later, I believe it's, I can get you the exact dates tomorrow morning.
Okay.
I can email them to you.
Right, but it's, the first one and the third one are in Palaca during the day.
Right.
And that's.
Both at 1:30, yes ma'am.
Okay.
Okay, so
Are you gonna make a motion, please?
yes, I would like to move that we make a change to our designation of the canvassing board for the October 3rd special election. That, Mayor Myers replaces, Commissioner Banks as a member of the canvassing board, and Commissioner Banks is designated as the alternate.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, sorry.
Thank you. The next item is approval of engineering services agreements. The 2 state appropriations we received will come to us in the form of grants. And so what the state is requiring is we have a contract, who's gonna manage the grant, and Mid-Hour Associates is our engineering firm, we do the plans, and they're gonna manage the entire process, manage the grant, construction process, the bidding process, construction management, so forth. The price of these is included in the grant funding, so it's not something that will come out of our funds. $214,600 for the Prospect Street, which is a $2.75 million project. And then the South Main Street, $78,900, that is I think it's $450,000 grant project.
Okay. Commissioners, I entertain a motion, please. Hello?
I'm sorry. It's getting late now. I'll
So we're on the approval of the engineering services for, services agreement. And these are for the ones, for the South Main, for the water main, Prospect and South Main. Water. Okay,
I'll make a motion to approve, the services of, the engineering services. I don't know what it is.
Yeah.
Mid-hour, it's Mid-hour, they're the ones that do all of our
Okay.
engineering, so. Okay, so we got a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye. Oh, you have some discussion, hold on, I'm sorry.
I have a comment about this, that
Okay.
it just dawned on me, and, city manager pulled the plans. The water projects are going down 2 streets that have significant heritage oak trees. I just want to make sure that we don't actually let the contracts for construction until we confirm, that they have adequate provision to prevent any damage to those oak trees. Because I don't think the residents of South of Prospect and Maine, most of them want to see their big oak trees come down as a result of construction damage.
No, but they also are probably very interested in their water mains too, making sure that their water mains are adequate. So Charles, you'll work with them to make
Yes.
sure?
See if that's possible at a cost, and certainly when we go to repair in the future, to tear up the street, but we can run it down the street.
Okay. Okay. Is that good? That's good. Okay. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. So moved. Fire hydrants?
Mayor, this item is, we've done a fire hydrant. This is an item that's been kicked down the road. We've talked about this before for probably 10 years or more. Now we're up to 22 hydrants that need repair replacement. All of them, our chief is recommending as soon as possible. These are some photos that are in your packet. You won't be able to read those captions, but we have, most of these, they'll all gonna be repainted soon, pressure washed and painted. We have to fix problems like this, and that the cost will be anywhere from about 80,000 if none of them need new valves to, we could use the entire allocation of $229,000. But it's something I feel for public safety is necessary. That the hydrant right now in front of Three Bananas is inoperable. That's a significant location, need repair. We do have a few old two-port fire hydrants out there that need to be updated, modernized. And then you can see that this one, the bolts are completely rusted out. A lot of them apparently were lubricated with a non-food-based.
Several years ago, quite a few years ago,
And it kind of ruined them.
caught up with it.
So what we're asking for is the balance of the undesignated ARPA funds, that's 228,910. Obviously, we won't use it all if we don't need it, and if we need more, then we'll something we budget for the future, but we'll get as many fire hydrants functioning and operational as we can.
We round that up to 229.
Yeah, right.
We could.
Okay. So commissioners, this of course is a definitely a public safety issue. So I need a motion on this. I entertain a motion this time.
I move that grant me, 228,000.
Not to, well, we 229.
No,
Not to exceed.
Not to exceed 229,000.
Okay. A second.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Do we have any input on this? Any public input? Okay, I know Three Bananas, I know, Anna was here, she was very interested, this has been a concern of hers. Okay. Karen, would you do a roll call on this, please?
Commissioner Burton,
Aye.
Commissioner Banks,
Aye.
Commissioner DeVito,
Aye.
Mayor Myers.
Aye. Okay, so there.
The next item is authorization for changes to our employee pension plan. The budget you approved already contained the contribution increase to 8.5%. Puts us in better comparison to our retirement system. We also want to eliminate the 1-year waiting period, which actually sometimes turns into almost 2 years, depending on the anniversary, since you can only enroll at one time of year. And then reduce the eligibility from 21 to 18 years of age.
Can I ask you one question on this, probationary period? Oftentimes you don't, this is a benefit. So do we want to, this doesn't take into account a probationary, any type of a probationary benefit? I mean, a probationary period. That they could get it automatically when they start, they could sign up automatically when they start.
I think currently we wait till the 3 months. No. Currently we don't, well, it's a year now, but if you want to make it at the end of the probation, that's fine.
Okay.
Well,
Commissioner DeVito.
yes, this has come up a couple times, and what concerns me about it is, shouldn't we have some paperwork on this? Something from the plan administrator that tells us, how many employees we have in the plan, and, I mean, we just have nothing but a little memo here. We don't even know who the plan administrator is. I mean, isn't there
Some of that is,
some
It's the
documentation?
same plan we've always had, just, and then put the paperwork in the packet with materials in here.
Their names on it
These
too.
3 changes.
and that would have their names in it too. I don't know if that's an HR issue.
Well, no, just the contractual agreement we signed with these changes.
Okay.
Well, I guess what I'm saying is, I would be more comfortable if we brought the contractual agreement before us, so that we could actually see that and approve that, because that's where the rubber meets the road. I don't think it's the right way to do this, to just authorize you to change the contract. That's a very significant contract, so I think we should see it.
I believe that.
It's the same vendor we've been dealing with, so we're just asking them to allow us to, correct?
Have we talked to the employees themselves? Are they?
We did, we let them know the changes. We were looking at switching over to Florida retirement system. We found we'd actually lose a couple of employees, wouldn't be eligible to make the change.
Okay.
So we asked our provider, can we increase, our contribution and then allow them to contribute? If we could not, they can do a separate mechanism, their own, and put as much as they want in there, but not contribute to this program. We're still there, unfortunately. And then while we're talking about, they came up, well, why do we have to wait a year? Because if you start in the spring, you actually wait a year and a half before you can sign up. I can only sign up this time of year. So, and then it came up again, well, the eligibility, we hire somebody under 21, they're not eligible until they reach 21, so let's just change that at the same time. Those are the things we're asking you to change, rather than review the entire pension plan and get into the weeds on that.
Okay, are you, is that,
I guess what I'm saying is I'm willing to approve the changes, but I would like us to make the final approval of the contract. I think we should see the contract document.
so we're amending the current contract?
Yes.
So what we need to see is the amendment. Is that what you would like to see as the amendment, or do you want to?
I could put it in the packet for the 28th. It's gotta be, we have to make a
It's gotta be.
decision before October 1.
Okay.
Right, so I mean.
So I just need right now, we need a motion, for this, before we get into any more discussion.
Right, so I move that we approve the changes to the retirement plan and direct the city manager to bring us back the amendment to contract, whatever documentation reflects the amendments to the contract for the September 28th meeting.
I second.
Okay, do we have any further discussion? Do we have any public input on this? With that, I'm gonna go ahead and, Karen, would you do a roll call on this, please? So we are approving the 8.5 contribution. Okay, I just wanna make sure. Okay, go ahead, Karen.
Commissioner DeVito,
Aye.
Commissioner Banks,
Aye.
Commissioner Burton,
Aye.
Mayor Myers.
Aye. Okay, so moved. At this time, we have 5 minutes and we still have a few more items. So before we get into this, I would,
I move that we extend the time of this meeting until 10:30.
okay, do I have a second?
I second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Okay, so moved.
Nays.
Do we have any nays?
We have to vote, don't we?
Yes, we're voting. We voted, so all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay? Okay, so moved. 10:30, let's go.
Mayor, next item, we're recommending, we table this item. This is the impact fee study we took out of the budget. We'll come back to you when we know if we have any extra fund balance that would fund this study.
Okay, I move that we accept the recommendation of the city manager to table approval of the impact fee study proposal, bringing it back when we have a better idea of, monies that may be available.
Okay, okay, a motion and a second. Do we have any further discussion?
Yeah, you're saying we don't have the money to do it?
We don't know if we have the money. It would be in the fund balance over, anything over $1 million. We don't have it in the budget we approved.
We came out a better place.
It was gonna be a better place.
We can't do a plan in a better place.
We put it in there because we didn't have it in the other funds.
Okay, we don't have enough money in their place for that?
We
We
did,
can't use it.
by statute.
Okay, that's all I need to know.
And I think we can look at also, while we're doing that, we can look at some other,
There's a couple things we'll look at.
communities. I know Flagler Beach right now is looking at, we might be taking it up tonight, but they're about impact fees too. And I know LAC is looking at theirs as well. So we've got some other ones that we can, it'll give us a little bit more to look at. So I need Karen, roll call please.
The table is correct?
The table, yes, ma'am. Commissioner Banks?
Aye.
Commissioner DeVito?
Aye.
Mayor Mars?
Aye. Okay, so moved, thank you.
Mayor, next item is a fill a vacancy on the Planning and Zoning Commission. We received 2 applications. They're in your packet, Robert Chater and Bradford Green.
Okay, commissioners, would you like to hear from both of these applicants before we have a motion?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I hope you'll be here for more. That'd be great.
We'll put you on the spot, is that what you said?
That's okay. I've been here before.
Yeah.
So, Robert Scher, I live at 20 Mark Park Street here in Crescent City. What would you like to know?
Just tell us a little bit about you and how you feel that you would better, how you would best serve the, planning and zoning.
Well, I started, kind of my career with planning and zoning with, my dad back in the 80s when he was a real estate appraiser. So I would work for him when I had time off from school. And, he kind of introduced me to the whole planning and zoning thing. And, so I pursued a bit of a law enforcement career after that. And, when I came and moved to Crescent City in 2006, they had just passed the land development code in 2006. And I was hired on in August of that year to do code compliance and planning and zoning, to work with that land development code. That was Nick McCrae that hired me and brought me on board. So we worked together with the land development code, planning and zoning, worked the DRC, doing plan review. I've been working with that zoning and land development code for many years. After that, did code and compliance for 10 years here for the city while working with the police department as well. So very familiar with the code. Currently, I work in Volusia County. I work for code compliance in Volusia County. Also, we enforce zoning code, we enforce building code, and we enforce land development code, along with some other things. Volusia County's a lot bigger, so we have like dune enforcement and other stuff like that. So I've been working with planning and zoning since the 80s. I live here in town. I haven't worked for Crescent City for a while now. I left, it's been almost 5 years ago now. I retired from the police department, so I think I'd like to come back and take some of that knowledge I've learned over the years from planning and zoning and from working here in Crescent City and bring it back and give a little bit back to the community.
And you understand this is a volunteer,
Yes, ma'am.
volunteer position, okay? Just wanna make sure everybody's clear on that, the
Yes, ma'am.
volunteer position, okay?
So.
Thank you, thank you. Okay, Brad Green, Bradford, are you freezing?
It's chilly. My name's Brad Green, 435 Prospect Street. I moved here 3.5 years ago because I was looking for some waterfront property. And I ended up with a beautiful 3.5 acre lot over there on Prospect Street. I'm building a house on there and dealing with the inspectors from Putnam County, which has been that's been a lesson in itself, I mean, a learning situation. Anyhow, I think my background, I have a degree in social science from Rollins College in Winter Park, and I believe that planning and zoning is not only buildings, but it has to do with the people that occupy those buildings and the people that utilize those buildings. And I feel that having that knowledge of understanding people would be very beneficial in planning situations. I also have a graduate degree in conflict resolution and mediation from the University of Utah. So, and I was a mediator for the Supreme Court in Salt Lake City for over 14 years. So I've dealt with a lot of issues, and I've been able to gain an understanding of how to resolve things without causing more issues. you know? And the other thing is I think that within the next 3 to 5 years, we're gonna have a huge building boom here due to the Bass Pro Shop putting in their resort up there at their 5,000 acres. And I believe that we need to now have a plan in place for that growth. We don't wanna, have a whole bunch of contractors come down here and buy acreage and put up a whole bunch of shoeboxes that will probably, don't meet architectural standards and will probably deteriorate in 20 years and, we have to put a budget in there to replace the rotten wood. So, I would just like to be part of the growth of this city and, ensure that we make some good decisions. Not just based on tax revenue for a piece of property, but based on how the people here are going to utilize the area, utilize the building and zoning. And I just think I'd love to take part in that.
Mayor, I have a question for, Brad.
Yes.
So, Brad, you also, did you design your own house?
Yeah, I designed my own home.
Right, and, you were an artist also, are you not?
I'm an artist. I also was a building contractor in St. Augustine. I had a class, back then you had different class licenses. And I think I had a class B license, which was for residential. I could build anything up to a triplex. So that was a learning situation. My actual career, I'm a physician assistant. I've been doing that for 46 years. And my last 15 years, I worked for the neurosurgery department in Salt Lake City at the VA. So I'm retired, and I'm almost done with my house. That has been a real challenge. It took me 8 months to just get a garage door. But I'm almost done with that, so now I have time to devote to the community and help build a place that I can be proud of to call home. And hopefully help other people to do the same thing.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay, commissioners, you have 2 applicants. Do I have anybody that would like to make a motion?
This is a very tough choice because we have 2 great applicants. I would like to nominate, Bradford Green, simply because, I think he has a very good aesthetic sense, and kind of a vision for our community that's consistent with what we've been seeing. So, I nominate Brad.
I was thinking maybe we could do a paper ballot.
Well, she asked for a motion, so.
Well, I understand.
Right.
Yeah, no, I was just thinking, if we did a paper ballot,
Sure, that's
I had to just get it done quicker. I don't know, I might be wrong.
That's commissioners, if y'all wanna do paper ballot, do.
Sure, I think that's a great idea, that's fine, Mr. King.
A paper ballot, just write your name down. And then tally it.
I've got another one here somewhere.
I have sticky pads, just write our name on it.
It just would be quick.
It's under.
Yeah.
So you want the sticky pad or the regular sticky one? Okay. Just give them back.
Keep one for yourself.
Take care of your own.
Keep one for yourself.
That one's got a cat here, so I'm gonna pass on that.
Secret ballot.
You need our names on it, then, don't you? You don't need.
I wouldn't need your name, you should just need the name that you can pick.
I kind of think we need the name.
Your name?
We need to put our name with it.
Yeah, just put your name underneath it. I forgot all about that.
Because, well, for one thing, like you could read the vote, I mean, you have to, it's just your name.
Here, Karen.
I'm not saying you would, but it's like the attorney, or city attorney does, public records.
Right.
Okay, it's gonna take my.
I know.
Okay.
Okay, so I have the results. I have 2 for bright green and 2 for. And we knew that was gonna happen. So how do you wanna play this up, ladies and gentlemen? We really need a planning and zoning person. Because it is tough up there when you're short. You're short a person.
Right, well, I mean, ultimately, we have, I mean, a potential action we could take, and I thought of this before. We could wait until the October regular meeting. I mean, and wait until we have 5 people. And that might be more fair.
We might have 2 vacancies.
We might have 2 vacancies.
To fill.
Yeah, because we
Yes,
got,
because if we wait and BJ is elected, then you'll have 2 vacancies.
Okay, well, then we could fill 2,
We still have a vacancy on the Historical Preservation Board as well.
we still have a vacancy there.
We still have a vacancy there as well. We also have a vacancy in our tree and garden board if you really.
Okay, I see what you mean, but you're saying it won't work to wait until we have 5 commissioners.
Well, the only reason why I'm saying it might not work is because we're under the land development code updates.
Right.
And right now, they're redoing, 3, which includes the Historic Preservation Board. So with only the amount of, it would be better if we had more input from an extra person or an extra 2 people up there. I don't know if you understand what I'm talking about,
But if we
said
did-
on the Historic Preservation Board, and we need 5.
okay, but hold on, let me ask you this. So, Charles, what impact will this be if we hold off knowing that we're gonna,
Well, it'll just be 1 meeting
and,
next Thursday.
and what's on the agenda for that meeting?
It's, Article 3 and, the maps, going over the maps again.
Okay,
And, so there's no harm, it would be harm waiting till October. We may actually be able to have both candidates.
not both candidates, because both candidates are very knowledgeable candidates in different ways. And they both bring a lot to this. Very pleased with both candidates, actually. I think this is, I would, so commissioners, if we can get a motion to possibly put this off until the October meeting for consideration, we can table this until the October meeting. And
I move that we table this to the October meeting because I just think that makes a little more sense than flip a coin or drawing a straw or something like that.
okay, so we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Okay, so moved. Thank you both. First off, thank you for sitting through this meeting and get ready. You got a lot of work ahead of you. But please, do make sure that your application, are you both in agreement for us to retain your application for the October meeting, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
You are as well? Okay. Thank you both very much.
Here, the next item
Yeah, we should have cookies, I'm sorry.
is an update, abatement of 515 South Prospect. We now have, I had mentioned that our code enforcement officer would be here. We had a resident who was attempting to purchase the tax deed, was not successful. So he was gonna be here to speak, and so he's not here. Our attorney, the recommendation is that we wait to see the outcome of the sale. It did sell yesterday. It's over 25,000.
The tax deed did,
Yeah, so,
okay.
5 times what the tax bill was, so maybe somebody wants to do something.
2 of our properties with liens sold. Pam is reaching out to both of the new property owners to see what their plans are for those properties.
And what's the other property?
I don't know what it is off the top of my head.
I'm gonna stay up all night.
I like that.
So hopefully they're gonna do some of those properties and, so I'm sure we'll be seeing lien reduction requests.
Okay. Okay, let's go on to our authorization to apply for state tree grants.
And Commissioner Vito can expound on this, and if there's grants coming up, rather than hold off until the commission meeting and ask for permission.
Essentially, through the Florida Department of Agriculture, normally every year by this time, they would have put out, applications for whatever federally funded tree grants there are. The grant categories are a little different every year, and they're late this year for some reason. I was in touch with Mr. Todd Little, and Charles, I will forward his information to you, that's okay. He said because of changes that are being made, the grant applications should come out sometime between now and November. Usually they require a match, sometimes that match can be in kind. 2 years ago, I looked into applying for a grant, but we were a little bit late. Usually you can get someone to consult with you, who will, get paid through the grant. But anyway, I talked to the person from Davie Tree Service, but essentially, it would be nice to have the approval for staff to apply for the state tree grants as they become available, particularly if the match can be 100% in kind. And ideally, this is something that they suggested that we start working on it now.
Did this get funded, was this funded through the legislature last year for that?
Well, that's what it actually is federal money.
So it's federal money that is funneling through the state Department of Agriculture.
Right, and they say the applications are a little complicated, so they suggest that we take a look at last year's and get started anyway.
Okay,
So, but it can be a good thing. Sometimes they're to plant trees, sometimes they're grants to do a management plan, sometimes they're grants for public education on how to take care of your tree canopy. They just haven't announced the categories yet.
Okay. So, motion.
I recommend approval.
So, can we get a motion?
Yes.
I make a motion that we approve.
I'll second.
And we have a motion and a second, any further discussion? Everybody kind of sleep out there, I think. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Thank you, so moved.
So the next item is for you all to give me some direction on legislative requests. I put a project list in your packet of cover memo, and these were, once again, we were not funded for our fire station request last year. The idea is to expand the building, get a brand new building that can accommodate an ambulance, and as well as the sheriff's offices for the substation. The south tower, this is something was in the Better Place plan. I took it out to lead abatement and repainting of that for $160,000. And then more off of our list, we have a master list of projects: the 2nd and Grove Avenue water main improvements, the North Tower water main improvements, the Lake Street water main improvements. That's another water line going down Lake. I'll show you those maps. The water treatment plant distribution loop, and then wastewater plant improvements totaling about $5 million. So this is the small project, 2nd and Grove water main improvements up on Lake Argenta. The North Tower is extending, plus the North Tower patrol improvements, extension of that water main. This is the Lake Street project. This is what we're doing now, Prospect. And this is a piece of the loop, which is here. This is what's called the loop project. The water treatment plant is here.
Is that Cypress Avenue?
Cypress, yes.
Okay.
So we would,
There's Sunrise Park, right?
we'd be increasing the size of this. Whenever we do a water main project, we're taking it to an 8 or 10 inch line. So those are the projects. This is the list. What I would do is I thought I might be able to combine some of these, but they're pretty big. So we would do a separate request on each of them. I think we did about 6 requests last year. Got 2 of them funded. The Senate paperwork wasn't available when I checked. I didn't check today. The House paperwork is available, so if with your approval, I'll start paperwork on these and see what we can get.
I make a motion that we allow the city manager to knock himself out, starting on the very complicated paperwork for, these projects for legislative appropriation requests.
I'll second.
But,
We have a motion, and which one of you?
2 seconds.
Commissioner Banks. Commissioner Banks seconded, so we have a motion and a second. Karen, I'm gonna ask you to do, just because of this, do we have any public comment on this? Okay, Karen, if you would do a roll call.
Mayor, could I just make a comment? Yes. I think we might want to get a status of this when we come back on the 28th and maybe set some priorities. We might be asked what our priorities are. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I don't know if he'll be able to complete that paperwork by then.
Yeah, we'll try. I'll ask our engineer what are the
I mean,
priorities.
just because, I mean, we worked on that last year, and just for the house, I mean, it was extensive, the amount.
So I'm just saying, I think we should just check on the status of it on the 28th. And if the city manager has any recommendations for us, because these are a lot of projects. And we might be asked, we don't know, we might be asked to whittle it down. I think we should try to get a read on that. That's how
This year,
we feel.
none of these are shovel ready. The two that we got funded were shovel ready.
Yeah.
So anyway, that's all I would say about that. We need to just keep touching base.
For an update, okay. Karen?
Commissioner DeVito,
Aye.
Commissioner Banks,
Aye.
Commissioner Barton,
Aye.
Mayor Mars.
Aye. So moved, thank you.
Mayor, I don't know if we wanna, table the last two. Commissioner DeVito particularly wanted to get on the commissioners' reports.
Yeah, I would move that we table the discussion of the middle school property update and any discussion of the stray dog issue, which is very concerning, that we talk about those at the September 28th meeting.
At September 28th, you're moving them to the September 28th?
Yes, for sure.
According to you, that's your opinion?
Yes.
Okay, I'm just asking.
I
Okay,
second.
you got a motion and a second? Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay. So we're gonna go into the city manager report?
I have nothing to add.
Okay.
I put an update on how we're doing on our strategic plan there. Okay.
Thank you, that was an extensive city manager report, contained a lot of information. It's amazing when you look at what we have to accomplish, what we've all accomplished in
2 years.
in 2 years. So, thank you. So with that, we're gonna go to our city attorney.
We're good, all right.
You good? Okay, so we're gonna open it up for our city commission. I'm gonna start down with, start with Commissioner Burton, Commissioner Banks, and then we'll go to Commissioner DeVito. You're good, Commissioner Banks?
I'm good. We need to do something with our catfish in the park.
With the catfish?
We need to pay it or do something, or throw it down.
Okay, okay, we need to look at.
I will go take a look. I'm very nearsighted, I haven't seen it. And
Commissioner DeVito.
Yes, okay. Couple scheduling issues. I've been told that the legislative delegation meeting is October 6th.
Yes.
Right, that is also the date of the, League of Cities Policy Committee meetings in Orlando. I don't know if it's possible,
So you won't be present at the October 6th?
it's doubtful, and I think, as I understand it, Commissioner Burton is, in a different policy committee. And so she's part of the, right, municipal.
So you both will be absent?
Well, unless,
I will have a day.
So, we're asking you now to stick to the script, but also, so just, because it's very difficult to get back from Orlando, even if we ended at noon, we wouldn't probably get there till 3 or whatever. And also, I just wanted to bring up There are 3 conferences, that one we've attended in the past, different ones of us, the Florida Redevelopment Conference, isn't that right? That's at the end of October,
Yes.
towards the end of October. Also at the same time, I don't know if anyone wants to attend, and, if you haven't seen the email, I'll forward it to the city manager. There's a rural economic development conference that's right at about the same time. That looks very interesting, and that's really our category, is rural economic development. I don't know anything about this organization, I'm just throwing that out. And, also there is the Institute for Elected Municipal Officials, part 2 for people who've, either taken part 1 or served a term. That applies to me. That's in Daytona Beach Shores, right at the end of October. It would be after the redevelopment conference. So just throwing those out to bring them to your attention. And as well, we had to cancel goals and objectives workshop. So I'm hoping at the September 28th commission meeting that maybe we can find a time for that. I don't think we want to look at our calendars now, do we?
No, and I think that, I don't know that that's what we want to do at that meeting.
Yeah, that's a special meeting, so it's up to you, but you
Oh, I
can
think-
regularly schedule meeting.
I was saying we could take the time to set a date.
Set
Oh, okay.
We'll ask you to set a land development code update, workshop date as well.
Date, right, I'm saying
So
that that
we'll
would be,
set dates at that meeting.
right, one of the dates, is that's all I got.
Mayor, I do want to mention, I believe our charter requires us to swear in the new candidate, the Monday after the
Monday
election.
after the
So that will
election,
be October 9th,
yes.
and I request we do not move the whole meeting to Monday night, we go ahead and have a regular meeting on the 12th.
And have a special meeting.
Just have a brief meeting ceremony, that's my recommendation on Monday the 9th, perhaps at 6 p.m.
Okay.
Okay, well, we could also find, we could find some time for that on the 28th, because, that's a canvassing board date potentially, right? On the 9th?
On the 9th?
Yeah.
Yes, actually. that
So
would
I
be-
think, but isn't that
But that's,
that's the Monday, it's the 8th, isn't it?
Monday's the 9th.
Monday's the 9th, okay.
Right, so that's the actual date the election is finally certified.
Yeah.
let me just double check on that. Give me 1 second.
Thank you, Tom.
Sure.
Yeah,
Set a
Mike.
vague memory, we moved the whole meeting at the last general election
Yeah, Monday the 9th.
to the Monday night.
But does the charter apply to a special election?
That's what I was gonna look at.
We're gonna,
Okay, well,
Yes, it is Monday, October 9th.
yeah, I don't know that it applies to a special election.
I'm fine with it, as long as we.
Bobby, if you can bring that back at the next meeting with a recommendation.
Oh, the only thing is it takes 30 or 45 minutes out of our 4 hours that we. That's what I'm saying.
Get this done.
Take that for away.
Yeah, we could do it at 5:30.
Yeah, something like that, yeah.
Right, but it depends, I think the city manager is very correct, it depends on what the charter says. Does it apply to each and every elected person or just the general?
I'm also gonna bring our write-offs to you, our utility billing write-offs, we have about over 10 years worth.
Yeah, finally, we're gonna go, finally write some of those
We're
on.
gonna bring it because we need to clear it up for the audit is moving along, and so we'll have that on the agenda for the 28th.
And we wanna, just for clarity, the city is audited every year by statute, okay? Not one of us decides that there's going to be an audit, we're gonna do an audit, we're not gonna do an audit, but just for clarity purposes, we are audited every year. The auditors are working diligently right now, and, I know Dale has been involved with them, Charles has been involved with them, and it's extensive work that they, require staff. But it's very thorough, and that's what we want, for the protection of all of you and the protection for us, so just want that clarified. Yes,
One
ma'am?
more thing, something very dear to our heart that involves money. We keep talking about, the desire, the recommendation of Dale that we invest in a money market account, a certain amount of money. can that come back to us at some time in the near future?
It will, because we put the interest in the budget. So the intention is to,
Okay,
invest our.
so the budget includes the interest.
Includes the interest.
Oh, boy, okay. Well, then obviously we have to get that done.
It's important that we do that, you know, that we have a responsibility. I do want to say just before I get to ask for a motion for dismissal, first off, I want to thank all of you that, sat through this with us. Thank you. You're the long haulers and we appreciate that.
Yes.
Yesterday's tour of the dog carts, was, I think, very beneficial. I think that we should possibly start looking at other things that we need to go out and actually look at in the city. I think, and I've said this before, that you see so much more on a golf cart than you see in an automobile. And so as we move forward, I think if we see some things that we would like to go out and look at or projects, I think we should do that. So I'm asking for a motion for, adjournment. Yes, sir.
It's only the regular election, and it's supposed to be Monday at 7, so it's not gonna apply to the special election.
Okay, that's good to know, so that can be our regular scheduled meeting. They do fall under the sunshine though, so make sure everybody understands that. It's my understanding, you need some clarity, that as soon as you are elected, however, before you're even sworn in, that the sunshine does apply to you. So that means you cannot discuss with any of us, anything that we will be voting on. Okay, with that, can I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
And second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Congratulations.
Thank you.